Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never been good at talking about this stuff. It's one of those memories that feels like a splinter in your mind, the kind that's worked its way so deep you can't get it out, and after a while, you just learn to live with the dull, constant ache. But I've been reading stories on here for a while, and I figured maybe writing it down would help. Or maybe it'll just make it feel more real. I don't know. We moved into that house when I was 6 years old. It was an old two-story place way out on the edge of town, the kind of house that had probably been nice 50 years before, but had been let go. The paint was peeling, and there was this big oak tree in the front yard with a limb that scraped against the roof when the wind blew. Inside, it was always cold. I don't mean a little chilly. I mean a deep, damp cold that got into your bones. My mom would bundle me up in 2 sweaters and I'd still shiver. And every single winter, without fail, the walls in my bedroom would frost over. Not just a little pattern in the corner, but a thin, glittering sheet of ice that spread from the floorboards right up to the ceiling. I used to trace shapes in it with my fingernail before I fell asleep. The memory that really starts it all, the one I can't shake, happened a few months after we moved in. My grandmother was staying with us for a while to help out. I shared a room with her, my little bed pushed up against the wall opposite her bigger one. I've never been a sleepwalker, never. My mum always said I was a log when I slept. You could vacuum around me and I wouldn't stir. But one night, my grandma woke up because she felt her blankets being pulled. She said she opened her eyes and saw me, just standing there beside her bed, tugging on the edge of her comforter. She said my eyes were open, but they were empty, like I was looking right through her. She said my name, and I didn't respond. I just kept pulling, slow and steady. She finally sat up and said my name louder, and I just stopped, turned around, and climbed back into my own bed. She told my mom about it the next morning, and they both just chalked it up to a weird kid thing. I don't remember any of it, but I remember the way my grandma looked at me for the rest of her visit, like she was trying to solve a puzzle. A few weeks after she left, it happened. The thing that changed everything. It was a school night. Must have been late November because I remember the frost was already thick on my wall, catching the moonlight and making the whole room glow with a weird bluish light. I woke up feeling sick, not just a little queasy, but a rolling, greasy sickness in my stomach that made my mouth water. I lay there for a minute, trying to swallow it down, staring at the patterns of ice on the wall. The house was dead quiet, the kind of quiet that has a weight to it. I rolled over, facing the door, and that's when I saw it. In the corner of the room, right by the window, was the old rocking chair. It was my grandma's chair, but she'd taken it with her when she left. This one was different, darker wood, but it was in the exact same spot, and someone was sitting in it. My breath hitched in my throat. The figure was turned away from me, looking out the window. I could see the back of its head and hair, these long, loose curls that shone in the moonlight, almost like they were wet. The chair was perfectly still. It wasn't rocking. My first thought, my only hopeful thought, was that it was my mom. Maybe she couldn't sleep and had come in to sit. It made no sense. Why would she sit silently in the dark in my room? But my 6-year-old brain latched onto it. I pushed myself up on my elbows, the nausea churning harder. I whispered, "Mum?" The word was so soft, it was barely a sound. But in that thick silence, it felt like I'd shouted. The figure didn't move, didn't turn its head, didn't acknowledge I'd spoken at all. It just kept staring out the window. That's when the fear started, a cold trickle that had nothing to do with the frost on the walls. This was wrong. This was so deeply wrong. It wasn't my mom. The shape was wrong. The hair was wrong. The absolute profound stillness of it was the most wrong thing of all. A living person breathes. They shift. They make some tiny, unconscious noise. This thing was a statue. The sick feeling in my gut surged, and I knew I was going to throw up. I had to get to the bathroom, but to do that I had to pass the chair. I remember the calculation in my head, a frantic, childish logic. If I don't look at it, if I just run, maybe it won't see me. Maybe it won't know I'm here. I swung my legs out of bed, my feet hitting the cold wooden floor. I didn't look at the corner. I kept my eyes locked on my bedroom door, which was standing slightly ajar. I took a step, then another, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I felt dizzy. The floorboard creaked under my foot, a sound that was usually so familiar but now felt like a gunshot. I was level with the chair. I couldn't help it. My eyes flicked to the side. I saw its profile, a pale cheek, the curve of a jaw. It was still looking straight ahead out the window. The curls looked even more defined from this angle, glistening. It was wearing something dark. I couldn't tell what. I tore my eyes away and bolted the last few steps to the door, my hand slipping on the doorknob because my palm was slick with sweat. I stumbled out into the hallway and didn't stop running until I was in the bathroom, slamming the door shut and fumbling with the lock until I heard the bolt slide home with a solid, satisfying thunk. I leaned against the door, gasping, my whole body trembling. I threw up in the toilet, the sickness and the fear coming out in a hot, sour rush. When I was done, I just sat on the cold tile floor, hugging my knees. The house was silent again. I don't know how long I sat there, long enough for my legs to go numb. I had to go back to my room. I couldn't stay in the bathroom all night. Slowly, carefully, I got to my feet. I unlocked the door and pulled it open just a crack, just enough to peer down the hallway towards my bedroom. The door was still open. The room was dark except for the moonlight. I squinted, trying to see into the corner. The rocking chair was empty. A wave of relief so powerful it made me weak washed over me. A dream. It had to have been a dream. A bad, vivid dream from being sick. I walked back to my room, my steps a little more confident now. I climbed into bed, pulled the covers up to my chin, and stared at the empty chair, convincing myself over and over that it had all been in my head. The next morning, I told my mom. I said I'd had a bad dream about someone in the rocking chair. She was making pancakes and she didn't even turn around from the stove. It was just a dream, honey, she said, her voice easy and calm. This old house makes all sorts of noises. Your imagination was just running wild. I wanted to believe her. I tried so hard to believe her, but I knew in that place deep down where you know things you can't explain, that I had been awake. I had felt the cold floor. I had tasted the vomit. I had seen those shining curls. Life went on. We stayed in that house. The winters came and went, and the frost always came with them. I learned to sleep with a nightlight, a little plastic turtle that glowed green, and I never, ever looked at the rocking chair after dark. Then, about a year later, when I was 7, my cousin Mikey came over. We were playing hide and seek. It was my turn to seek. I counted to 50 in the living room, my voice echoing in the empty downstairs. The basement was the best place to hide. It was huge, unfinished, and full of junk from the previous owners. It was also the place I hated most in the whole world. The stairs down were steep and narrow, made of unfinished wood that creaked under every step. A single bare bulb hung from a wire in the center of the main room, casting a weak yellow light that created more shadows than it banished. The air was always thick and smelled of damp earth and old newspapers. I could hear a faint scuffling sound down there. Got you, Mikey, I thought. I made my way down, the stairs groaning in protest. The basement was a labyrinth of stacked boxes, old furniture draped in white sheets, and my dad's workbench, which was littered with tools. I started my search, checking behind the furnace, a hulking metal beast that was always cold to the touch. I looked behind a stack of dusty suitcases. Nothing. There was a row of old storage cabinets against the far wall. They were tall, metal things, painted a grimy beige, with two big doors on each one. They were where my mum stored Christmas decorations in canning jars she never used. I'd never had a reason to open them. The scuffling sound seemed to be coming from that direction. It was a soft, shuffling noise, like someone moving around quietly. I figured Mikey was squeezed in behind the boxes inside. "Ready or not, here I come," I whispered, a grin on my face. I grabbed the cold metal handle of the left cabinet and pulled. The door swung open smoothly, surprisingly silent. The cabinet was deep. The bottom two shelves were crammed with boxes and old blankets. My eyes traveled upwards to the top shelf, which was about 6 feet off the ground. And that's where I saw it. A figure was curled up on the top shelf. The way it was positioned was all wrong. It was folded into the space, but not like a person hiding. A person would be hunched, their limbs tucked in. This was different. It was curled in on itself, limbs bent at angles that didn't look humanly possible, like a spider or a crushed insect. It was crammed into the shelf, which wasn't even that deep, but the thing was folded so tightly it fit. And it looked headless. From my angle looking up, I couldn't see a head, just a dark, shapeless mass of clothing. It looked like a thick, dark coat, and the curve of a back, and limbs twisted and pressed together. It was utterly still. For a second, my brain just refused to process it. It was a pile of old clothes, a discarded mannequin, anything but what my eyes were telling me it was. Then the thing shifted. It wasn't a big movement. It was a subtle, almost liquid readjustment, a settling of its weight. And in that movement, the impossibility of its position became horrifyingly clear. No person could bend that way. No person could fit in that space. A scream tore out of me. It wasn't a conscious decision. It was a raw, animal sound of pure terror that came from a place deeper than my bones. I didn't think. I just ran. I spun around and sprinted for the stairs, my feet slipping on the dusty concrete. I took the steps 2 at a time, my heart a frantic drum in my ears. I burst through the basement door at the top of the stairs and slammed right into Mikey, who was standing in the kitchen, a bag of chips in his hand. He yelped in surprise. "What? Did you see a mouse?" I was gasping, bent over, my hands on my knees. I couldn't form words. I just pointed a shaking finger back towards the basement door. "My turn to hide, idiot. I was in the hall closet," Mikey said, his face confused. That's when the color drained from his face. He saw the real terror in my eyes. This wasn't me faking it for the game. "Something's down there," I finally choked out. "In the cabinet." Mikey, to his credit, was braver than me, or more curious. He was a year older. He grabbed a flashlight from a drawer and walked cautiously to the basement door. "Stay here," he said. I wasn't about to argue. I stood frozen in the kitchen, listening to his slow, heavy footsteps on the stairs. The silence from the basement was absolute. I heard the creak of the cabinet door, then a long, long pause. He came back up a minute later, his face pale. He closed the basement door firmly behind him. "It's empty," he said, his voice quiet. "The top shelf," I insisted, my voice trembling. "It was on the top shelf." "I looked," he said, and he wouldn't meet my eyes. "There's nothing there but some old blankets and a box of canning jars. The top shelf is empty." But he believed me. I could see it in the way he was holding himself, in the way he kept glancing back at the closed door. He hadn't seen anything, but he had felt something. The air in the basement had been wrong for him too. We never talked about it again. We finished the bag of chips in silence and then played video games for the rest of the afternoon, both of us pretending everything was normal. But he never wanted to play hide-and-seek in my house after that. I never opened those cabinets again. Not once, for the rest of the time we lived there. Even when I was a teenager and had to haul the Christmas decorations up for my mom, I'd make her open them first. The memory of that thing, curled and headless, and impossibly still, is burned into my mind just as clearly as the memory of the figure in the rocking chair. The two things are connected. I know they are. The frost on the walls, the silent woman with the shining curls, the thing folded in the cabinet. They're all pieces of the same awful puzzle from that house. I've spent my whole life trying to logic it away. A vivid dream, a shadow, a pile of coats. But I know what I saw. I know the feeling of that wrongness, a cold that has nothing to do with winter. A silence that is more than just the absence of sound. It's a presence. And sometimes, even now, when I wake up in the middle of the night for no reason, I'll lie perfectly still and remember the way those curls shone in the moonlight, and I'll wonder what it was looking at out my window, and I'll feel that same old familiar dread, knowing that some questions don't have answers, and some things you see can never ever be unseen. Story 2. I was home alone for the first time since graduating high school, and honestly, it felt weird. Graduation had been just a couple of days before, and everything was still sort of sinking in. That morning, I woke up late, around 10 o'clock, and the house was quiet in a way I wasn't used to. Normally, there'd be noise from my sister getting ready for school, or my mum moving around in the kitchen, but that day, it was just me. I remember feeling a mix of freedom and loneliness, like the world had suddenly gotten bigger and emptier at the same time. I wandered into the living room, plopped down on the old couch we've had since I was a kid, and just stared at the ceiling for a bit. The cushions were worn out in the middle, so I always ended up sinking into them, and that day it felt especially comfortable. I had my phone with me, but I didn't even bother checking it. I just lay there, listening to the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional car passing outside. It was one of those lazy summer days where time seems to stretch out, and before I knew it, I started drifting off to sleep. I don't know how long I was out, but it couldn't have been more than 20 or 30 minutes. The sleep was deep and dreamless, the kind where you lose track of everything. Then I felt the cushion dip next to me. It was a slow, gentle sink, like someone or something settling down carefully. My first thought was that it was our cat, Mittens. She's always jumping up on the couch to curl up beside me. I could almost feel the weight distribution, the way it shifted toward the edge where I was lying. I didn't open my eyes right away. I just basked in that half-asleep state, assuming it was her. I even expected to hear her purring or feel her nudging my hand, but there was nothing, just the dip and then stillness. When I did open my eyes, it wasn't Mittens. It was my younger sister, sitting right there on the couch next to me. She was wearing her school uniform, the blue polo shirt and khaki pants she always complains about, and her hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail, the way she does when she's in a hurry. She was just sitting there, staring straight ahead at the blank TV screen, not moving. My brain was still foggy from sleep, so I didn't think much of it at first. I figured she must have come home early or something. I shifted a little, propping myself up on my elbow and said, "Hey, what are you doing here? Isn't school still on?" She didn't answer, didn't even glance in my direction. It was like I hadn't spoken at all. Her hands were resting in her lap, and she was perfectly still, not fidgeting or anything. That's when I started to feel uneasy. My sister is never that still. She's always tapping her feet or playing with her hair. I remember the room felt colder suddenly, like the air conditioning had kicked on too high, but I knew it wasn't on because we tried to save money in the summer. I reached out slowly, thinking maybe I'd tap her shoulder, but I stopped myself. Something felt off. Her posture was too rigid, and her face was blank, no expression at all. It wasn't like she was ignoring me on purpose. It was more like she wasn't even aware I was there. I sat up fully then, rubbing my eyes because I thought maybe I was still dreaming, but when I looked again, she was still there. I said her name softly at first, then a little louder. "Hey, are you okay?" Nothing, no reaction. Her eyes were fixed on the TV, but they weren't focused on anything. They were just glazed over, like she was in a trance. My heart started to beat faster, and I felt a prickling sensation on my skin, like tiny needles. I glanced around the room, half expecting to see something else, but everything was normal. The coffee table with its stack of magazines, the family photos on the wall, the sunlight streaming through the blinds. Except for her. She didn't belong there. I decided to try one more time. I leaned closer, my voice shaking a little. "What's going on? Did something happen at school?" Still no response. That's when I noticed her breathing, or lack of it. I couldn't see her chest moving at all. It was so subtle, but it made my stomach clench. I've shared a room with her for years. I know how she breathes when she's asleep or awake, and this was different. It was like she wasn't breathing at all. Panic started to set in, and I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I thought maybe she was sick or had passed out, but she was sitting upright, perfectly balanced. That's when I fully woke up. I mean, really woke up. The sleep fog lifted all at once, and I blinked hard, shaking my head. When I looked again, the spot where she had been sitting was empty. Just the indentation in the cushion, like someone had been there, but no one was. I scrambled off the couch, my heart pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. I called out her name, my voice echoing in the quiet house. No answer. I checked the hallway, her bedroom, the kitchen. Nothing. The house was empty except for me. My hands were trembling, and I felt dizzy, like the floor was tilting under me. I grabbed my phone from the couch and checked the time. It was just after 1 in the afternoon. School wouldn't be out for another couple of hours. Why would she be home? Maybe she was sick and came back early, but that didn't make sense because no one had called or texted me. I tried to calm down, telling myself it was just a dream, a weird, half-asleep hallucination, but it felt so real. I could still feel the dip in the cushion, and the image of her sitting there was burned into my mind. I decided to call my mom. She works at an office about 20 minutes away, and she usually answers if it's important. My fingers fumbled as I dialed her number, and when she picked up, her voice was cheerful. "Hey, honey, what's up?" I tried to sound normal, but my voice came out shaky. "Mom, is everything okay? Is sister home from school?" There was a pause, and I could hear the background noise of her office, keyboards clicking, people talking. "No, why would she be? School doesn't let out until 3. Is something wrong?" My throat felt tight. I thought I saw her here on the couch, but when I woke up, she wasn't there. My mom laughed a little, but it sounded concerned. "You must have been dreaming. She's fine. I got a text from her teacher this morning about a project they're working on. She's definitely at school." That confirmation hit me like a physical blow. I felt the air leave my lungs, and I had to sit down on the floor, right there in the hallway. My mum kept talking, asking if I was okay, but I could barely hear her over the ringing in my ears. I managed to mutter, "Yeah, I'm fine, just a weird dream," and hung up. But I wasn't fine. I was shaking all over, and my skin felt clammy. I spent the next hour just sitting there, trying to process what had happened. It wasn't a dream. I was sure of it. I had felt the cushion dip. I had seen her. I had spoken to her. But it wasn't her. Something else had been sitting there, looking like my sister, but not acting like her. The more I thought about it, the more terrified I became. What if it was some kind of doppelganger or impersonator? I'd heard stories about that kind of thing, but I never believed them. Now, I wasn't so sure. I got up and walked through the house again, checking every room, even the closets. Everything was normal, but the air felt heavy, oppressive. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see her, or it, again. I ended up locking all the doors and windows, even though it was the middle of the day. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that whatever it was might still be there, hiding. As the afternoon wore on, I tried to distract myself by watching TV or scrolling through my phone, but I couldn't focus. Every little noise made me jump, the creak of the floorboards, the wind outside. Even the hum of the fridge seemed louder than usual. I thought about calling a friend, but what would I say? Hey, I think I saw a ghost version of my sister. They'd think I was crazy. So I just sat there, waiting for my family to come home, feeling more and more isolated. When my mum and sister finally arrived around 4 o'clock, the relief was overwhelming. My sister bounded in, dropping her backpack and complaining about homework. Completely normal. I wanted to hug her, but I held back, not wanting to seem weird. She didn't notice anything off about me, and I didn't bring it up. How could I? But every time I looked at her, I remembered that blank expression on the couch, and a chill would run down my spine. That evening, I helped my mom with dinner, and we talked about normal stuff, her work, my plans for the summer. But inside, I was a mess. I kept replaying the moment in my head, over and over. Why did it look exactly like her? Why did it ignore me? And most importantly, what was it? I didn't have any answers, and I still don't. It's been a few weeks now, and I haven't seen anything like it again, but I'm always on edge when I'm home alone. I avoid napping on that couch, and sometimes I'll catch myself staring at empty spaces, half expecting to see something there. The terror of that day hasn't faded. It's like a shadow hanging over me, and I can't shake the feeling that whatever it wasn't a one-time thing. Maybe it was a warning, or maybe it was just a fluke, but I'll never know. All I know is that for those few minutes, something was in my house, pretending to be my sister, and I have no idea why or how, and that's the part that keeps me up at night. Story 3. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or monsters, not really. But something's been happening out here in the woods behind my house, and I don't know what to do about it anymore. I'm 15 now, and I've lived in this same house my whole life, right on the edge of this dense old forest that seems to go on forever. It's always felt a little off, like the trees are watching you, but I used to play in there when I was younger, building forts and pretending I was on adventures. That all changed about 4 years ago, when I was 11, and I saw something I still can't explain. And now, it's like whatever it is has woken up again, and it's worse than ever. It started like any other day last month. I remember it was a Tuesday, because my cousin had come over after school, and we were supposed to be working on a project for history class. The air was cool and damp, the kind that seeps into your bones and makes you want to stay inside. But we ended up out back anyway, mostly because my dog, Buddy, had been acting weird for days. Buddy's a big, goofy golden retriever, usually full of energy, but lately he'd been hiding under the porch or whining at the back door, refusing to set foot in the lower part of the woods. He'd disappear every night too, just vanish for hours, and come back panting and trembling, like he'd been running from something. That day, he was glued to my side, his fur standing on end every time the wind rustled the leaves. My cousin and I were sitting on the back steps, trying to focus on our textbooks, but the woods kept pulling our attention. The lower woods are this patch of trees that slope down into a gully, thick with pines and oaks that block out most of the light, even in the middle of the day. It's always darker down there and quieter, like the sound gets swallowed up. We'd been hearing this rhythmic thumping for the past couple of weeks, a steady, heavy sound that came from deep in the trees. It wasn't like an animal or someone chopping wood. It was too even, too persistent, like a heartbeat or something mechanical. But out here, there's nothing like that. It would start around dusk and go on for hours, sometimes stopping abruptly, then starting up again. That day it was already going by late afternoon, a dull thud, thud, thud that made the hair on my arms stand up. I tried to ignore it, flipping through my book, but my cousin kept glancing toward the woods. He's a year older than me, and usually the brave one. But he'd seen something last month that had shaken him bad. He told me he'd been out hiking and spotted a figure, child-sized in a dark cloak, with a smooth, pale head and black, empty eye holes, just like what I saw years ago. but when he described it, he said the face was blank, no features at all, just this flat white surface that seemed to absorb the light. It was swaying side to side, he said, like it was rocking back and forth, and when he blinked it was gone. Hearing him talk about it brought back all the fear from when I was 11. That first time I was out collecting sticks for a fort, and I saw it standing between two trees. It was small, maybe the size of a kid my age, but wrapped in this dark, ragged cloak that didn't move in the wind. The head was pale and smooth, like porcelain or bone, with those deep black holes where eyes should be. It was swaying slowly, side to side, and I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. I remember the cold feeling that washed over me, like I'd been dunked in ice water. I took a step back, and it just vanished. Not like it ran away, but like it dissolved into the shadows. I told my parents, but they said it was my imagination, or maybe a trick of the light. After a while, I almost convinced myself it was nothing. But now, with my cousin seeing it too, and Buddy acting strange, and that thumping sound, it was hard to dismiss. We started talking about it that afternoon, our voices low, like we were afraid something might hear us. I brought up my friend Milo, who lives a few houses down. Years ago, when we were both around 10, he was playing in the woods and got chased by what he called a pale blur. He said it moved fast, too fast to be a person, and it followed him all the way to the edge of the trees before it disappeared. He never went back into the woods after that, and honestly, I don't blame him. As we sat there, the thumping seemed to get louder, more insistent, thud, 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 like something big and heavy was pounding against the ground. Buddy let out a low growl, his ears pinned back, and he pressed against my leg so hard I almost lost my balance. The sky was starting to darken, the sun dipping behind the trees, casting long shadows that stretched toward the house. The air felt thick, charged with something I couldn't name, like before a storm, but there were no clouds. My cousin, trying to lighten the mood, made a joke. He said, half laughing, "What if we just call it out, see if it comes?" I felt a jolt of panic and told him to shut up, that it wasn't funny, but he kept going, raising his voice a little. "Hey, whatever you are, show yourself!" he yelled toward the woods. The moment the words left his mouth, the thumping stopped dead. Everything went silent, no birds, no wind, nothing. The silence was heavier than the sound had been, pressing in on us. Then, from the lower woods, maybe 50 feet away, something heavy rustled. It wasn't the light crunch of leaves or a small animal. It was a deep, dragging sound, like something big was moving through the underbrush. Buddy let out a sharp bark and bolted, scrambling under the porch and refusing to come out. My cousin and I stared at each other, our faces pale. I could feel my heart thumping in my chest, so loud I was sure whatever was out there could hear it. My hands were shaking, and I had to clutch the step beneath me to steady myself. We didn't say anything for a long moment, just listened. The rustling stopped, but the silence felt worse, like it was waiting. The air grew colder, and I could see my breath misting in front of me, even though it wasn't that cold out. I remember thinking how stupid we were to provoke it, whatever it was. We'd been curious, maybe even a little brave, but now I just felt terrified, like we'd opened a door we couldn't close. I stood up slowly, my legs wobbly, and peered into the woods. The trees were dark and tangled, and the shadows seemed to shift and move on their own. My cousin grabbed my arm, his grip tight. "We should go inside," he whispered, his voice trembling. I nodded, but I couldn't look away from the woods. That's when I saw it, a flicker of movement deep in the trees, something pale and small, swaying. My breath caught in my throat and I pointed, but by the time my cousin looked, it was gone. We hurried inside, locking the door behind us. But it didn't feel safe. The house was quiet, too quiet, and every creak of the floorboards made me jump. We tried to go back to our project, but I couldn't concentrate. All I could think about was that figure, and the rustling, and the way Buddy had reacted. My cousin kept glancing out the window, his knuckles white where he gripped the table. After a while, we heard the thumping start up again. Softer this time, but closer, like it was right outside the house. I decided to call Milo, but he didn't answer. Later, he texted me saying he'd heard something scratching at his window last night, and he didn't want to talk about it. That just made me feel more alone. As evening fell, the thumping grew louder, more rhythmic, and I started to notice something else, a faint, sickly sweet smell, like rotting flowers that seeped in through the cracks around the windows. It made me feel nauseous, and I had to open a window to get some air, but the smell only got stronger. Around 8 o'clock, my cousin went home, and I was left alone with my parents, who were watching TV in the living room. They didn't seem to notice anything wrong, but I couldn't sit still. I kept going to the back door, peering out into the darkness. The thumping was still there, a constant background noise that set my teeth on edge. Buddy was hiding under my bed, whining softly, and nothing I did could coax him out. I decided to take a quick look outside, just from the porch, to see if I could spot anything. I grabbed a flashlight, my hand still shaking, and stepped out. The night was cool and still, the moon hidden behind clouds, so it was pitch black except for the beam of my light. I swept it over the yard toward the woods, and for a second I thought I saw something move near the tree line. A dark shape, low to the ground, scurrying into the bushes. I froze, my heart pounding, and aimed the light there, but nothing was there. Then the thumping stopped again, and in the silence I heard a soft, rhythmic scraping sound, like something was dragging itself across the ground. It was coming from the lower woods, and it was getting closer. I backed toward the door, my breath coming in short gasps. The scraping grew louder, and I could see the underbrush moving, branches snapping as something approached. I fumbled for the doorknob, my fingers slipping on the metal, and finally got it open just as a figure emerged from the trees. It was child-sized, wrapped in a dark cloak that seemed to blend into the night, and its head was pale and smooth, with those black, empty eye holes fixed on me. It was swaying side to side, slowly, almost hypnotically, and it started moving toward the house. I stumbled inside, slamming the door shut and locking it, my whole body trembling. I could hear the scraping sound right outside, then a soft tap, tap, tap on the door, like someone was knocking gently. I backed away, my legs giving out, and I sat on the floor, hugging my knees. The tapping went on for what felt like hours, but it might have only been minutes. Then it stopped, and the thumping started up again, fading into the distance. I stayed there until morning, too scared to move, and when the sun came up, everything was quiet. Buddy came out from under the bed, but he wouldn't go near the door, and he's been skittish ever since. That was weeks ago, and nothing like that has happened since, but I can't shake the feeling that we made it worse by calling out to it. The woods feel different now, heavier, and I avoid going anywhere near them. Sometimes at night, I still hear the thumping, or catch a whiff of that rotten smell, and I wonder what's out there. I don't know what it is or why it's here, but I know I never want to see it again. Vol.463. 4. I was just a teenager back then, living in this small, remote village in the Philippines. It was the 1970s, and life was simple, but kind of isolated. Our village was nestled among thick forests and winding rivers, and most days the only sounds were the chirping of birds and the gentle rush of water. I went to a tiny school where everyone knew each other, and that's where I met her. My seatmate, the girl who shared my name. We'll call her my friend for this, because that's what I thought she was at the time. It's funny how something so ordinary, like sitting next to someone in class, can lead to the most terrifying day of your life. I remember it was a humid morning, the kind where the air feels heavy and sticky, like you're walking through a warm blanket. I was 15, and school had just let out for the day. My friend and I were walking home together, laughing about some silly thing that happened in class. She was quiet most of the time, but when she opened up, she had this warm smile that made you feel like everything was okay. We'd been seatmates for a few months, and I'd started to consider her a real friend, even though there were whispers about her family. People in the village talked, you know. They said her family lived by the riverbank, and that that they ate people. I didn't believe it, of course. It sounded like one of those old stories grandparents tell to scare kids into behaving. But something about the way people lowered their voices when they mentioned her family made me curious. That day, she invited me to her house. She said it like it was no big deal, just a casual, "Hey, why don't you come over? It's by the river." I agreed, partly because I wanted to see what all the fuss was about, and partly because I liked her. The walk there was longer than I expected. We left the main path and followed a narrow trail that wound through dense bamboo groves. The sunlight barely pierced through the canopy, casting everything in a greenish gloom. I could hear the river getting louder, a constant rushing sound that made the air feel even heavier. My skin prickled with a mix of excitement and unease. I kept telling myself it was just nerves. After all, I was visiting a new place. When we reached her house, I stopped dead in my tracks. It wasn't like the other nipper huts in the village. Ours were raised on stilts with woven bamboo walls and thatched roofs. But hers was nestled right against the riverbank, almost like it was part of the landscape. The wood looked darker, older, and there was a smell, damp earth and something else, something metallic and faintly rotten. I tried to shake it off, thinking it was just the river mud. My friend led me inside, and the first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. No voices, no movement, just the sound of the water outside and the creak of the floorboards under our feet. Then I saw her. There was a woman crouched in the corner of the main room, her back to us. She had long, frizzy white hair that spilled down her shoulders, and she was wearing a black dress that looked too heavy for the heat. She was hunched over, whispering to herself. I couldn't make out the words at first, but as we got closer, I heard it clear as day. "I hope the sun sets soon." Her voice was raspy, like she hadn't spoken in years, and it sent a chill straight down my spine. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. My friend didn't seem to notice. She just gestured for me to sit down, like this was normal, but I couldn't take my eyes off the woman. She turned her head slightly, and I caught a glimpse of her face, pale, with deep-set eyes that seemed to look right through me. I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to leave. I didn't stay long after that. I made some excuse about needing to get home before dark, and my friend didn't argue. The walk back felt twice as long. The forest seemed darker, the shadows deeper, and every rustle in the bushes made me jump. I kept replaying that whisper in my head. "I hope the sun sets soon." Why would anyone say that? It was still afternoon, the sun high in the sky, but her words made it feel like night was crawling closer. By the time I reached our nipa hut, my hands were shaking, and I could feel sweat cooling on my skin. My family noticed I was off. My mom asked if I was feeling sick, and I just mumbled something about the heat. I didn't tell them where I'd been. Something in me knew it was better to keep it to myself. As evening fell, the unease settled deep in my gut. We ate dinner like usual, sitting on the floor around a low table, but I could barely touch my food. The hut was cozy, with kerosene lamps casting flickering shadows on the walls, but tonight those shadows felt alive. I kept glancing at the floorboards, remembering the woman's crouched form, her whisper. After dinner, I helped clean up, then retreated to my sleeping mat. Our hut had a single room divided by curtains, and I shared a space with my younger siblings. They were already asleep, their breathing soft and steady, but I couldn't relax. I lay there, listening to the night sounds. The crickets, the occasional hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves outside. The air was still humid, but now it carried a cold edge that made me shiver. I must have drifted off at some point, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a sharp pain in my back. At first, I thought it was a cramp, but then I felt it again, a bony, probing pressure, like fingers poking through the gaps in the floorboards. Our hut was raised on stilts, and there were small spaces between the bamboo slats, but nothing big enough for a hand to fit through. Yet I could feel them, cold and skeletal, pinching the skin on my lower back. I gasped and rolled over, my heart racing. The room was dark except for the faint glow of embers from the cooking area. I strained my eyes, trying to see what was happening, but all I could make out were shadows. Then I heard a soft, scratching sound from underneath the hut, like nails dragging across wood. My breath caught in my throat. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I could feel those fingers again, this time digging deeper, and the pain was real and sharp, like tiny needles. I scrambled away from the edge of my mat, pressing myself against the wall. That's when our house cat, a scrawny tabby we called Ming Ming, let out a hiss that sounded more like a snarl. She was usually calm, but now she was crouched low, her fur standing on end, staring at something near the doorway. I followed her gaze and saw a big black bird perched on one of the roof beams. It was huge, with glossy feathers that seemed to absorb the light, and its eyes gleamed red in the darkness. Before I could process it, Ming Ming launched herself at it. The bird squawked a harsh, grating noise, and then everything happened so fast. As the cat clawed at it, the bird seemed to change. Its shape twisted and contorted, feathers melting into coarse, dark fur. Within seconds, it wasn't a bird anymore. It was a wild boar, massive and snarling, with tusks that glinted in the dim light. It crashed to the floor, knocking over a stool, and let out a guttural grunt. The hut shook, and I screamed finally, the sound tearing from my throat. My siblings woke up crying, and my grandfather, who slept in the adjacent space, burst in with a machete he always kept nearby. He didn't hesitate. He shouted at the boar, his voice booming in the small space, and swung the machete. The boar charged, but Grandpa was quick. He sidestepped and drove it back toward the doorway. It was chaos. The boar's furious squeals, my family's shouts, the cat still hissing and swiping. I watched, frozen in terror, as Grandpa managed to herd the creature outside. He slammed the door shut and barred it, his chest heaving. For a moment there was silence, broken only by our ragged breathing. Then we heard the boar crashing through the underbrush, fading into the night. We stayed up until dawn, huddled together, too scared to sleep. No one spoke much. We just listened to the sounds outside, half expecting something else to happen. When morning finally came, the sun felt like a relief, but the fear hadn't left me. I went to school that day, hoping to see my friend, to ask her what happened. But she wasn't there. The teacher said her family had moved away in the night. No notice, no goodbye. I never saw her again. Over the years, I've tried to make sense of it, but some things just don't have explanations. That shape-shifting creature, the bony fingers, the woman's whisper. It all felt too real to be a dream, but too impossible to be true. Even now, decades later, I get chills thinking about it, and I still wonder what really happened by that riverbank. Story 5. It was the kind of cold that gets into your bones and decides to stay. This was back in the old country, in our little village nestled right up against the woods. Not just any woods, mind you. This was the old forest, the deep one, the one that had been there since God was a boy. Everyone knew the rules. The trees in that part of the forest weren't for the taking. They belonged to the old ways, to things we didn't name. But necessity is a sharper master than fear. Our woodpile, which should have been a small mountain to see us through the winter, was down to a pathetic heap. You could see the back wall of the shed through the gaps. The frost wasn't just on the pump in the morning anymore. It was a creeping white skin on the inside of our window panes, and I could see my wife's breath pluming in the air as she slept, a sure sign that the fire was dying. The kids, all 5 of them, were huddled together in their bed for warmth. Looking at them like that, their little faces pinched even in sleep. something in me just broke. The rules didn't matter. Keeping them from freezing did. I went next door to my neighbor. I didn't have to say much. I just looked at him, and he looked at the sorry state of his own woodpile, and he gave a single grim nod. We both knew what we were about to do. We didn't speak about it. We just got our things. I took my father's old axe, the handle smooth and dark from generations of use, and my single-shot pistol, more for the noise to scare off wolves than anything else. He brought his saw and a pair of thick leather gloves. We hitched our small carts to our backs, the kind you drag behind you, and we slipped out of the village under a sky so black and starless it felt like a lid had been closed over the world. A moonless night. A thief's night. The moment we stepped under the canopy of the old trees, the world changed. The quiet of the village was one thing. This was something else entirely. It was a thick, heavy silence. A silence that felt like it was listening back to us. Our lanterns threw weak, jumping pools of light that made the shadows seem to twitch and dance. Every snap of a twig under our own boots sounded like a gunshot. We walked for what felt like an hour, deep, deeper than any of us ever went, even in the broadest daylight. We needed good, dry wood, not the rotten stuff on the outskirts. Finally, we found a small clearing with a few good, solid birch trees. We didn't speak. We just got to work. The sound of the axe biting into the wood was too loud, a sacrilege in that quiet. Thwack, thwack. Each blow made me flinch, expecting some kind of answer from the forest. My neighbor worked with his saw, the rasping sound setting my teeth on edge. We worked for hours, our breath steaming in the lantern light, our muscles burning with a fatigue that was a welcome distraction from the gnawing fear in my gut. We loaded our carts until the wood was stacked high and the carts were heavy, groaning things to pull. The weight of them was a comfort. It was the weight of survival, of warm children. We were just about to start the long trek back, both of us eager to be out of that place, when we heard it. A rustle. Not the light skittering of a mouse or a bird. This was a deliberate, heavy sort of movement in the undergrowth just beyond the ring of our lantern light. We both froze, axes in hand, hearts hammering against our ribs. We stared into the blackness, waiting for a pair of wolf eyes to gleam back. But it wasn't a wolf. A shape stepped into the edge of the light. It was a billy goat, a small one, its coat as black as the night itself. It was the strangest thing. Its fur didn't just look black, it seemed to swallow the light from our lanterns. The yellow glow didn't reflect off it, it just ended, like the goat was a hole cut out of the world. It stood there, perfectly still, just watching us with those horizontal, pupil-less eyes. They were a flat, ancient yellow, like old parchment. It didn't run. That was the first wrong thing. Any animal, even a brave dog, would have bolted from two strange men with axes. This one just stood its ground, chewing slowly, as if it had been expecting us. My neighbor looked at me, his eyes wide in the lantern light. He gestured with his head towards the goat, then made a subtle slicing motion across his throat. Meat. It was meat. A tough, stringy animal, sure, but it was protein. It was blood and bone that could make a stew last for days. In that moment, the fear was pushed aside by a more primal urge. Hunger, the thrill of an unexpected prize. It felt like a gift, a reward for our audacity. I nodded. I slowly set my axe down and took the heavy burlap sack I'd brought for kindling. We moved slowly, circling around it. The goat didn't move. It just kept watching me, its head tilted slightly. I remember the feeling of the coarse burlap in my hands, the smell of it, dusty and dry. My neighbor made a lunge, and I threw the sack over the animal. It went down with a surprisingly soft thud, and it didn't even struggle at first. It was almost too easy. We tied the sack shut with a piece of rough cord, and I slung it over my shoulder. It was light, maybe 20 pounds. We started walking back, the joy of our double bounty making us almost giddy. We had wood, we had meat. The night felt less menacing. For about 5 minutes. Then, the sack on my back began to feel heavier. It was a gradual thing at first, something I put down to my own exhaustion, but it kept getting heavier. With every step I took away from that clearing, the weight increased. It went from 20 pounds to 40 to 60. Soon, I was stooped under it, my back screaming in protest. It felt like I was carrying a full-grown man. And then it started to move. Not the panicked thrashing of a trapped animal. This was different. It was a slow, powerful, rhythmic pushing. A bulging would appear in the sack, a hard, defined shape that strained against the burlap, then subside, only to appear in another spot. It was methodical, like something was testing the strength of its prison, probing for a weakness. My neighbor saw me struggling in the strange, bulging shape of the sack. His face, which had been relaxed, was now tight with fear again. "What is it doing?" he whispered, his voice thin and reedy. I didn't have an answer. I shifted the sack, trying to get a better grip, but the weight was unnatural, unbalanced. The struggle inside intensified. The cord holding the sack shut was taut, and I could hear the fibers creaking. The silence of the forest was now absolute again, as if every living thing was holding its breath, listening to us. The fear was a cold stone in my belly. This wasn't right. None of this was right. It was the kind of deep, instinctual terror that you feel in your marrow, the kind that tells you you've made a terrible, fundamental mistake. The weight was crushing me. The struggle inside the sack was becoming more violent, and the sheer wrongness of it all was suffocating. I couldn't take it anymore. I stopped walking, my heart pounding in my ears. I was angry, scared, and desperate to make it stop. I leaned close to the squirming, impossibly heavy sack, and I hissed into the rough burlap, "Take it easy, Billy Goat." The movement stopped, instantly. The weight remained, a dead, crushing burden on my shoulder. The forest was utterly silent. Then a voice came from inside the sack. It wasn't a bleat. It wasn't an animal sound. It was a voice. It was dry and rasping and hollow, like stones grinding together at the bottom of a well. But it was clear, horribly, unmistakably clear. It echoed my words back to me, syllable for syllable, but twisted into something ancient and malevolent. "Take it easy, Billy Goat." The sound didn't just hit my ears. It felt like it traveled up my spine, freezing each vertebra as it went. My blood didn't just run cold. It turned to ice slurry in my veins. My neighbor made a small, choked sound, a whimper that was cut off before it fully left his throat. His face was a mask of pure, unadulterated terror, his eyes wide and unblinking, fixed on the sack. I didn't think. There was no thought. There was only a raw, panicked animal need to destroy the thing that had just spoken. I dropped the sack. It hit the frozen ground with a heavy, solid thump. I fumbled for my pistol, my fingers numb and clumsy with fear. I pulled it from my belt, the cold metal a shock against my sweating palm. I didn't aim. I just pointed it at the center of the squirming burlap shape, and I pulled the trigger. The blast was deafening in the silence. The flash of the muzzle lit up the trees around us in a single, stark, white snapshot. The recoil jarred my arm all the way to the shoulder. And then, nothing. The sound of the gunshot faded, swallowed by the forest. The sack lay on the ground, completely still. The crushing weight that had been on my shoulder was gone. Not just the weight of the sack, but the oppressive, fearful atmosphere seemed to lift all at once. It was just a quiet, dark forest again. My neighbor and I stood there panting, the smell of gunpowder sharp in the air. We stared at the sack. We didn't speak for a full minute, maybe 2. We just listened to our own ragged breathing. Cautiously, my knife now in my hand, I approached it. I nudged it with my boot. It was light. Too light. It felt empty. I knelt down, my hands shaking so badly I could barely work the knot on the cord. I finally got it loose and tore the sack open. It was empty. Completely, utterly empty. There was no goat. There was no blood. There was no fur. There wasn't even a hole where the bullet had gone in or out. The inside of the sack was just clean, rough burlap. It was as if the goat, the voice, the crushing weight, as if none of it had ever been inside. The only evidence was the memory of its voice, seared into my mind, and the ringing in my ears from the gunshot. We left everything. We left the sack. We left the carts full of wood, just dumped them there in the middle of the path. We ran. We ran like demons were at our heels, and maybe they were. We didn't stop running until we burst out of the tree line and saw the dim, blessed lights of our village. We never spoke of it again, not to each other, and sure as hell, not to our families. What would we have said? We went to the forbidden woods, we stole wood, we tried to steal a goat that was probably the devil himself, and it talked to us before vanishing into thin air. They'd have thought we'd gone mad, or worse, that we'd brought a curse back with us. We never went back for the carts. We told our wives we'd been spooked by a bear and dropped them to run. We spent the rest of that winter burning furniture and old fence posts to stay warm. It was a hard winter, but we survived it. But I never forgot. I never forgot the feel of that impossible weight on my shoulder. I never forgot the sight of its fur, that pure, light-eating black. And I have never, for a single day in all the years since, forgotten the sound of that hollow, rasping voice coming from inside that sack, using my own words. "Take it easy, Billy Goat." We knew what we had met out there in that moonless dark. It wasn't a goat. It was a test, a punishment for our transgression, for stealing from a place that was not ours to take from, and we had failed. To this day, I can close my eyes and be right back there, feeling that weight, hearing that voice, and I still don't have any explanation for it that makes any sense at all. Story 6. It started like any other Tuesday, just an ordinary afternoon in early October. The air had that crispness that makes you want to wear a hoodie all day, and the light was that particular golden color it only gets in the fall. I was 23, living in a small studio apartment on the 3rd floor of a building that was just old enough to be charming, not yet old enough to be a problem. Or so I thought. I'd been feeling off all day, a kind of low-grade dread humming under my skin. That wasn't new. I'd been diagnosed with bipolar type 2 a couple years back, so I was used to my brain chemistry throwing me curveballs. But this was different. This felt external, like a storm gathering just outside the window you haven't noticed yet. The whole thing with the paranormal stuff, it's been a background noise in my life for as long as I can remember. It's not like in the movies where it's constant dramatic hauntings. It's more like a drip, drip, drip of weirdness. When I was 7, it was the nightmares. Not just scary dreams, but the same one over and over. I'd be in my bed, and the closet door would be open just a crack. There was a figure in there, tall and thin, made of what looked like shifting grey static, like a TV tuned to a dead channel. It never moved. It never came out. It just stood there. And in the dream, I knew it was watching me, waiting for me to fall asleep for real. I'd wake up screaming, and my mum would come in, and the closet door would be shut tight. Then came the sleep paralysis. That started around the same time. I'd wake up or think I was awake and I couldn't move a muscle, couldn't scream, couldn't even twitch a finger. And there was this immense weight on my chest, like someone was sitting on me, a heavy, cold pressure that made it hard to breathe. I could feel a presence in the room, something malicious and hungry. I'd just have to lie there, trapped in my own body, until it decided to let me go. It felt like hours, but it was probably only minutes. As a teenager, I tried to get a handle on my anxiety. I read somewhere that meditation could help, so I'd sit on my floor, cross-legged, and try to clear my mind. A few times, just as I was sinking into that quiet space, I'd hear it, a low, guttural growl right in my ear. It wasn't loud, but it was so visceral, so real, It would jolt me right out of it. My heart would be hammering and the room would feel ice cold. I wrote it off as my imagination, a weird auditory hallucination. Once, after one of those sessions, I went to the bathroom to splash water on my face. I looked in the mirror, and for a split second, the whole room was flooded with this sickly electric green light. It was gone so fast, I convinced myself I'd just seen a reflection from a car outside. College was when things got a little weirder. I was in the library, buried in the stacks on the 4th floor, looking for a book on European history. I found a carrel in a quiet corner and settled in to study. I was there for a couple of hours, just reading and taking notes, feeling perfectly normal. When I got up to leave, I turned around to push my chair in and saw the shelf directly behind me. The section was labeled Demonology and Occult Philosophy. I hadn't even noticed. A cold shiver, completely unrelated to the library's AC, went down my spine. It felt like a prank, a really specific and unfunny cosmic joke. After a bad breakup in my senior year, the shadows came back. I'd see movement out of the corner of my eye in my dorm room, a dark shape darting from one side of the room to the other. Sometimes at night, I'd see these little balls of light, orbs, floating near the ceiling. And the sleep paralysis returned with a vengeance. It got so bad, I was afraid to go to sleep. A friend of mine who was religious gave me a simple silver cross on a chain. Out of sheer desperation, I started sleeping with it under my pillow. And you know what? The paralysis stopped. Just like that. The shadows and orbs became less frequent. It was the first thing that had ever given me a real, tangible sense of relief. But that Tuesday, the cross was in my jewelry box. I hadn't needed it for months. I felt like I was doing better, you know. My medication was balanced. I was seeing a therapist. I had a decent job. I thought I'd outgrown it. I thought it was all in my head. That afternoon, I was just tidying up my apartment. I'd done some laundry and was putting my clothes away. My closet is one of those sliding door types, 2 big mirrored panels. I slid one open to hang up a sweater and I caught my reflection. I looked tired. I remember thinking that. I turned to grab another hanger, and from the corner of my eye, I saw my reflection move again. I froze. My reflection hadn't moved. It was still there, looking back at me. But something else had moved behind it, in the dark of the closet. My heart did this little stutter step in my chest. I stood there, completely still, holding a blue sweater, and I just stared into my own eyes in the mirror. The reflection of the closet behind me was just a rectangle of darkness, full of the shadows of my hanging clothes. Then I saw it again, a shift, a deepening of a shadow that shouldn't have been that deep. It was in the back, behind my winter coat. It was the same feeling I had as a kid, that specific gut-wrenching certainty that I was not alone. This wasn't a trick of the light. This was a presence, the same one from the nightmares, the one from the sleep paralysis. I slowly, carefully reached out and slid the closet door shut. The click of the latch was incredibly loud in the quiet room. I stood there for a full minute, just breathing, telling myself I was being ridiculous. It was just a closet. I was an adult. I had a biology degree, for God's sake. I believed in science. But the dread didn't go away. It thickened. It sat in the room with me, a silent, heavy guest. I decided to get out. I needed air. I grabbed my keys and wallet and practically ran out of my apartment, down the 3 flights of stairs and out into the late afternoon sun. The normalcy of it all was jarring. People were walking their dogs. Cars were driving by. The world was just going on like nothing was wrong. I walked for over an hour, just trying to burn off the adrenaline, trying to convince my lizard brain that there was no threat. By the time I got back, the sun was starting to set. My apartment was dark and quiet. I flipped on every single light switch I passed. The overhead in the living room, the lamp in the corner, the kitchen light, the bathroom light. I made the place blaze like a beacon. I felt stupid, but I also felt a little safer. I ordered some food, watched some mindless TV, and tried to pretend everything was fine. But my eyes kept drifting to the closet door. The mirrored doors now reflected the bright, safe room back at me. They reflected me, sitting on the couch trying to act normal. But all I could think about was what was hidden behind that reflection. Around 10 o'clock, I decided to just go to bed. I was exhausted from the constant low-level fear. I did my whole routine, washed my face, brushed my teeth, all with the bathroom door open and the hall light on. I got into bed and lay there on my back, staring at the ceiling. The cross was still in the jewelry box on my dresser, maybe 15 feet away. I thought about getting it, but a stubborn part of me refused. I wasn't going to let this fear control me. This was my home. That was my mistake. I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, I was awake. But I wasn't awake. I was in that place. The sleep paralysis. I was pinned. My eyes were open. I could see the room, the faint light from the street lamp outside casting long, distorted shadows across the ceiling. I could feel the weight on my chest, that familiar crushing cold. It was heavier than it had ever been. It felt like my ribs were going to snap. Panic erupted in my brain, a silent screaming alarm. No, 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 not again, not now. I tried to fight it, to thrash, to make any kind of sound, but I was utterly, completely immobilized. I was a prisoner in my own skin, and then I felt it. The presence. It was in the room with me. It wasn't just a feeling this time. It had a location. It was at the foot of my bed. I couldn't move my head to look. I could only stare straight up at the ceiling. But I could sense it there. A concentrated spot of absolute cold and malice. The air grew thick and hard to breathe, and it smelled old, like dust and damp stone and something else, something sour and metallic. Then I heard the growl. It wasn't in my ear this time. It came from the foot of the bed, that same low, guttural, tearing sound I'd heard during meditation. But now it was louder. It was real. It vibrated through the floorboards, up the legs of the bed and into my bones. It was a sound of pure hatred. This wasn't some random spiritual static. This was something that knew me. This was the thing from the closet, the thing that had been waiting since I was 7 years old. Terror, a kind I have no words for, seized me. This was beyond fear. This was the absolute certainty of violation, of being prey. I could feel it feeding on that terror, drinking it in. The thought I'd had for years that maybe these entities were attracted to my vulnerability, to the turbulent energy of my bipolar disorder, crystallized in that moment. It felt true. It felt like it was feeding on the chaos inside me. The pressure on my chest increased. I felt like I was drowning on dry land. Black spots danced at the edges of my vision. I was going to pass out or die or something worse. And then a memory surfaced through the panic. The green light, the bathroom, that strange electric green glow. In that moment of sheer mindless terror, my brain latched onto it. I didn't know why. It was just a random, weird memory, but I focused on it. I pictured it in my mind, that brief, shocking flash of green. As soon as I did, the growl stopped. The crushing weight on my chest didn't vanish, but it lessened, just a fraction. It was enough. It was a crack in the door. I pushed. I pushed with everything I had, not with my muscles, but with my will. I focused every ounce of my being on that memory of the green light, on the feeling of relief I'd had when I slept with the cross, on the simple, stubborn desire to move. My finger twitched. It was just the pinky finger on my right hand, the tiniest, most insignificant movement, but it was mine. I did it. The presence at the foot of the bed seemed to recoil. I felt a wave of anger, a furious, cold rage. The pressure returned, fiercer than before, trying to shove me back down into helplessness, but the spell was broken. I twitched my finger again, then my whole hand. I gasped, a ragged, choked sound, and my head lolled to the side. I was looking straight at the closet. The sliding doors were open, not just a crack, wide open. And it was standing there. It was the figure from my childhood nightmares. Tall, impossibly thin, a human-shaped void of shifting grey static. It had no face, no features, just a silhouette of television snow. It was standing in the mouth of the closet perfectly still, and I knew, with a certainty that shattered something inside me, that it was looking right back at me. It wasn't in the closet. It was the closet. The darkness behind it wasn't the darkness of my clothes and shoes. It was an endless, deep, cold dark. The growl hadn't come from the foot of the bed. It had come from there, from it. Our eyes met, or where its eyes should have been, and in that moment I felt its intent. It wasn't just watching, it was waiting for a door to open, a door inside me, and for a second, fueled by that absolute terror, I felt it begin to swing open. I wrenched my gaze away. I threw myself sideways, tumbling out of the bed and onto the floor with a painful thud. The impact shocked the last of the paralysis away. I scrambled backward on my hands and heels, like a crab, until my back hit the wall underneath the window. I was sobbing, gasping for air, my entire body shaking uncontrollably. I stared at the closet. The doors were shut. The mirrored panels reflected the room, the messy bed, my terrified face illuminated by the streetlight. It was just a closet again. I don't know how long I sat there, huddled against the wall. The rest of the night was a blur of sheer animal panic. I didn't sleep. I didn't move from that spot until the sun came up. The first thing I did, as soon as the room was filled with grey morning light, was crawl over to my dresser, open the jewelry box, and put the cross around my neck. I haven't taken it off since. I told my therapist about it. We talked about hypnagogic hallucinations, about the power of suggestion, about how stress can manifest in incredibly vivid ways. It all makes perfect logical sense. I have a diagnosis that explains a lot of it. I want to believe that. I really, really do. But I can't unsee it. I can't unfeel that weight. I can't forget the sound of that growl, a sound that wasn't in my head, that I'm sure was in the room. I can't forget the look of that thing, the static figure, and the terrible understanding that passed between us in that single, horrifying glance. It knew me, and I knew, in a way I can never prove or explain, that it was real, that it's always been real, and that for one terrible moment, in the dark of a Tuesday night, it almost got all the way in. Story 7. It was my dad's birthday, and he's not really a big party guy. Instead, he wanted to drive a couple hours out to this casino to catch a boxing match. Don't ask me why. It was just his thing. So my dad, my uncle, and me piled into the car late that afternoon. The casino was in the middle of nowhere, but the fight was fun. We had some snacks, joked around, and headed back home around 11 at night. I remember feeling pretty tired, but okay, you know, just a normal drive back. The thing about where we live is that to get home, you have to cut through this canyon. It's not super deep or anything, but it's twisty, dark, and there's zero cell service once you're in there. We've driven it 1,000,000 times, and it always takes about half an hour to get through. That night, just before we entered the canyon, my dad pulled over real quick to call my mom. Reception was already getting spotty, but he got through and told her we'd be home in like 45 minutes or so, since the canyon part is half an hour, and then it's another 15 to the house. She said, okay, be safe, all that normal stuff. I remember the clock on the dashboard said it was around 11:45 when we started into the canyon. The first few minutes were fine. The road was empty, like no other cars at all, which was kind of weird for a Saturday night, but not unheard of. The canyon walls loomed up on either side, blocking out most of the moonlight, so it was just our headlights cutting through the darkness. The air felt heavy, and I rolled down the window a crack to let in some cool breeze. My uncle was in the passenger seat, and I was in the back. We were all quiet for a bit, just listening to the hum of the engine and the tires on the pavement. After a while, my dad started telling stories to keep us awake. Not scary ones at first, just dumb jokes and memories from when he and my uncle were kids. But then my uncle chimed in with this story about a hitchhiker he'd heard about on this very road years ago. Nothing too intense, just local legend stuff. I was half listening, staring out the window at the shadows dancing in the headlights. That's when I first noticed how time seemed to be dragging. Like I'd glance at the clock, and only a minute or two had passed, but it felt like longer. I didn't think much of it at first. We were all tired, and driving at night can mess with your sense of time. Then, out of nowhere, my uncle points at something on the side of the road. "Hey, look at that," he says. It was a boot. Just a single beat-up work boot lying on its side near the guardrail. It was brown, scuffed up with the laces kind of tangled. We all laughed a little, like, who loses one boot, and moved on. I remember thinking it was odd, but whatever. Roads have weird junk on them sometimes. We kept driving, and the stories got a bit spookier. My dad was talking about how people say this canyon has a history of strange occurrences, like cars breaking down for no reason, or folks seeing things in the rearview mirror. I was starting to feel a little uneasy, but I shrugged it off. Then, maybe 10 minutes later, I saw it again. The same boot. I swear it was identical. Same position, same scuffs, everything. My heart did this little jump, and I said, "Didn't we just pass that?" My dad and uncle went quiet for a second, and my uncle nodded slowly. "Yeah, I think we did," he said. My dad chuckled, but it was nervous, like he was trying to play it off. "Must be another one," he said, but I knew it wasn't. The déjà vu hit me so hard it felt like a punch in the gut. It wasn't just a feeling, it was like my brain was screaming that something was wrong. I checked the clock on the dashboard. It was 1 in the morning, 1 o'clock. That didn't make any sense. We should have been home by midnight, 12:30 at the latest. We'd been driving for over an hour since we entered the canyon, but it only takes half an hour to get through. My stomach dropped. I said, "Dad, what time is it?" He glanced at the clock too, and his face went pale. "That can't be right," he muttered. He tapped the dashboard like maybe the clock was broken, but it was digital, and it hadn't glitched before. We kept driving, but now the atmosphere in the car was thick with tension. No one was talking anymore. I was glued to the window, watching for landmarks. The canyon road is pretty straightforward. A few curves, but you can usually tell where you are by the rock formations or the occasional sign. But everything looked the same. Too same. The trees, the rocks, the darkness. It all blurred together. I started feeling like we were driving in slow motion. The car wasn't slowing down. The speedometer said we were doing 50, but it felt like we were crawling. My heart was beating fast, and I had this cold sweat on my back. I kept expecting to see that boot again, and sure enough, after what felt like another 10 minutes, there it was. The same damn boot. This time, no one laughed. My dad slammed on the brakes, and we skidded to a stop on the shoulder. The three of us just stared at it. My uncle whispered, "We're going in circles." But that's the thing. The road isn't a loop. It's a straight shot through the canyon. There's no way we could be passing the same spot over and over. My dad got out of the car for a second, like he needed to check if it was real. The air outside was dead silent. No wind, no animals, nothing. Just this oppressive quiet. He got back in, and his hands were shaking. "Let's just keep going," he said, and his voice was tight. We started driving again, but now I was hyper-aware of everything. The clock still said 1 o'clock. It hadn't moved. I watched it for what felt like ages, and the numbers didn't change. I thought maybe I was losing it, but then my uncle pointed it out too. "The clock stuck," he said. But it wasn't just the clock. It was like time itself had stopped. We drove for what felt like another eternity. Every time we rounded a curve, I held my breath, waiting to see that boot. And we did. Again and again. I lost count after the 4th or 5th time. Each time the dread built up in my chest until I could barely breathe. The world outside seemed to get darker, like the shadows were swallowing us whole. I remember gripping the seat in front of me, my knuckles white. My dad was driving faster now, but it didn't feel like we were getting anywhere. The road just stretched on, identical, endless. I started to think we'd never get out, that we were trapped in some kind of loop, like in those sci-fi stories, but this was real and it was terrifying. Then, suddenly, something shifted. I don't know how to describe it. It was like a snap or a release of pressure. One moment we were driving through that same stretch, and the next we were at the end of the canyon. I saw the familiar sign that marks the exit, and the road widened out. My dad let out a shaky breath, and I checked the clock again. It was 1:15. Just like that, 15 minutes had passed, but it felt like we'd been driving for hours. We were all silent, too freaked out to speak. My dad pulled over as soon as we had cell service, and he called my mom. His hands were still trembling, and he put it on speaker. My mom answered on the first ring, and she was hysterical. "Where have you been?" she cried. "I've been calling for hours. It's past 1, and you said you'd be home by 12:30. My dad tried to calm her down, but his voice was shaky. "We just got out of the canyon," he said. "What do you mean, hours? We called you before we went in." She told us she'd been trying to reach us since midnight, and when we didn't answer, she thought something had happened. She said it felt like we'd been gone forever. That's when it hit me. We'd lost about 45 minutes. 45 minutes that just vanished. No stops, no accidents, no memory of anything happening. We'd been driving the whole time, but somehow we'd lost nearly an hour. The rest of the drive home was dead quiet. No one said a word. When we got home, my mom was waiting at the door, her face pale with worry. We tried to explain, but how do you explain something like that? We didn't stop for gas, we didn't take a detour, we didn't even slow down except for that one time we saw the boot. There was no rational explanation. We just lost time. To this day, I avoid driving through that canyon at night. My dad and uncle don't like talking about it, but sometimes I catch them exchanging looks if someone brings up that road. The boot was real. I know it was. But what happened to us wasn't just a trick of the mind. It was like we slipped into some other layer of reality, and for those 45 minutes, we were stuck. I still get this cold feeling in my chest when I think about it, like I'm right back there, watching that boot appear over and over, knowing we might never escape, and the worst part is, I'll never know why or how it happened. It just did. And story 8. We'd gone to bed around 11, I think. Just a normal night. We watched some dumb reality TV, argued lightly about what to order for dinner, and eventually just crashed. I remember the room being really dark because his blackout curtains are no joke. You can't see your own hand in front of your face. The air was still and quiet, the kind of quiet that only happens in the dead of night in a neighborhood where everyone's asleep. I was in that fuzzy, half-awake state, not really dreaming but not quite conscious either, when the first sound cut through. 3 knocks. Not loud, not aggressive, but clear, solid. Knock, knock, knock. It came from the front door. My eyes snapped open in the darkness. I lay completely still, my heart suddenly thumping a hard, irregular rhythm against my ribs. I listened, straining my ears until I could hear the faint hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. I held my breath. Maybe it was the house settling, but no, it was too deliberate, too person-shaped. Next to me, my boyfriend shifted. His voice was thick with sleep. "Did you hear that?" "Yeah," I whispered back, the word feeling too loud in the silence. "The front door." We both lay there, not moving, just listening. The digital clock on his nightstand glowed a soft red. 3:10 in the morning. Who the hell knocks on a door at 3:10 in the morning? My mind started racing through the possibilities. A neighbor with an emergency. A drunk person at the wrong house. But the knocks hadn't been frantic. They were calm, measured. 3 distinct raps, and then nothing. 5 minutes passed. I counted each one in the pounding of my pulse. The silence felt heavier now, charged, like the air before a lightning strike. We had just started to relax, my muscles unclenching slightly, my breath coming a little easier. I was about to say something to suggest it was probably nothing, when it happened again. Knock, knock, knock. This time it was right there, not from down the hall, not from the front of the house. It was on the bedroom door. The wood of the door vibrated with the sound, a hollow, firm noise that was inches from us. My blood went cold, a full-body chill, the kind that locks your joints. This wasn't a mistake. This wasn't a drunk. My boyfriend's hand found mine in the dark and squeezed hard. His palm was sweaty. I could feel the tension radiating from his body. "It's my sister," I blurted out in a rushed, panicked whisper. It was the only thing that made a shred of sense. She had a key for emergencies. Maybe she'd had a fight with her roommate and came here. It had to be her. It just had to be. My boyfriend fumbled for his phone on the nightstand, the light from the screen blinding in the pitch black. He handed it to me, his movements jerky. My own hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped it. I pulled up my messages with my sister and typed out a frantic, "Are you okay? Are you here?" The 3 dots appeared almost immediately, which sent another jolt through me. She was awake. She was typing. Her reply came through a second later. "I'm in bed. Why? Is everything okay?" Attached was a photo. It was dark, but I could see the familiar shape of her head on her pillow, her bedroom wall in the background. The timestamp on the photo was from 1 minute ago. She was in her own bed miles away. The relief I expected to feel was immediately swallowed by a much colder, much deeper fear. If it wasn't her, then who was knocking on the bedroom door? That's when we heard the dog. It was a sound I'd heard 1,000 times living in this neighborhood. A dog a few houses down that would sometimes bark at raccoons. But this wasn't a bark. It was a howl. A long, low, mournful howl that seemed to start right outside the window and then trail off into the night. It was the most lonely and terrifying sound I have ever heard. It didn't sound like an animal. It sounded like a warning. And then, as if on cue, the knocks came a third time. Knock, knock, knock on the bedroom door. The same 3 calm, solid raps. Something in my boyfriend just snapped. I felt it happen. The fear was still there, a cold stone in my gut, but it was eclipsed by a surge of pure, frustrated adrenaline in him. "That's it," he muttered, his voice tight. He threw the covers back. "No, don't," I begged, grabbing his arm. "Just don't, please." But he was already up, his silhouette a dark shape against the faint light from the phone he still held. I watched, my heart hammering in my throat, as he walked the 3 steps to the door. He didn't hesitate. He just grabbed the doorknob, turned it, and yanked the door open. The hallway was empty. Completely and utterly empty. The hall light was off. The house was silent. He stood there for a long moment, his body blocking my view, and then he stepped out, looking one way and then the other. I heard him walk down the hall to the front door. I heard the deadbolt turn, the chain rattle as he checked it. Then his footsteps came back. He came back into the room and closed the door behind him. In the light from his phone, his face was pale, his expression completely bewildered. "There's no one there," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "The front door is still locked. The chain is on." We didn't go back to sleep. We sat up in bed, backs against the headboard with the lamp on. We didn't talk much. What was there to say? We just listened to the silence, which now felt watchful. The clock ticked over to 4 in the morning, then 4:30. Eventually, the adrenaline crash hit me like a truck. My eyelids grew heavy, my head lolled. The fear was still there, a background hum, but my body was just too exhausted to fight it anymore. I remember slipping under, the light from the lamp still burning against my closed eyelids. That's when the dream started. It wasn't like a normal dream. It was too sharp, too clear. There was no fuzzy logic. I was standing on a deck and it was cold. The air was salty and damp. I was on a ship, a big old-fashioned looking ship, but it was entirely black. The wood, the sails, the ropes, everything was the color of charcoal and pitch, and the deck was covered with people. They were lying everywhere, not moving. I walked through them, my feet careful, and I knew with a certainty that dream knowledge gives you that they were all dead. Not a mark on them. They just looked like they were asleep, but the silence was absolute. There was no wind, no creak of the ship, no water lapping, just me and a ship full of corpses under a starless, moonless sky. Then the scene shifted, violently. One moment I was on the cold, silent ship, the next I was standing on a street I didn't recognize. It was a normal, tree-lined suburban street, lit by orange streetlights. It could have been any street anywhere. And I saw a man. He was just a man in dark clothes, average height, walking. He wasn't running or hiding, he was just walking. And then he walked up to the front door of a house with a bright yellow tricycle on the lawn. And he opened the door and went inside. I couldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, watching from across the street. A minute later, he came back out. He closed the door behind him calmly, and then he just kept walking down the street. But now he was different. I can't tell you how exactly. He just was. He carried a new weight, and I knew, with that same horrible certainty, that the people inside that house were now like the people on the ship. He had done something in there. He had ended them, and he was just moving on. I watched him until he turned a corner and disappeared, and the only thing I felt was this crushing, profound emptiness. The street dissolved, and I was in a room. It was a small, windowless room with dark wood-paneled walls. The only piece of furniture was a large, heavy-looking table, also made of dark wood, and sitting at the head of the table was a man, except he wasn't a man. He was a shape of a man, made of shadow, not like a silhouette, but a three-dimensional concentration of darkness, so deep and black that it seemed to suck the light out of the room around it. I couldn't see a face, but I knew he was looking at me. The air was freezing. He didn't speak out loud, but the words formed directly in my mind, clear and cold. I want you. The fear was so immense it was almost peaceful. It was a finality. But something else rose up in me, a defiance that felt like my last shred of self. It wasn't bravery. It was pure, stubborn refusal. No, I said or thought in the dream. My voice sounded small, but it was clear. You can't have me. I don't belong to you. The dark shape at the table didn't move, but I felt a kind of amusement, a cold, predatory interest. It was like poking a bear with a stick, and the bear slowly opening one eye to look at you. You are mine, the voice in my head stated, simple and absolute. I'm not, I argued back, my dream self clinging to this one point. I belong to me. You can't just claim people. There was no answer. The scene shifted again, dissolving into a blur, and then it solidified. I was standing in my boyfriend's backyard. It was daytime, but the light was grey and flat, like just before a storm. Everything was exactly as it should be. The patchy grass, the rusty grill, the wooden fence. It was so normal, so mundane, and that made it 1,000 times worse. This thing, this presence, was showing me that it could be here, in this place that was supposed to be safe. It was marking its territory. I woke up. I jerked upright in bed, gasping for air like I'd been held underwater. The lamp was still on. My boyfriend was asleep beside me, snoring softly. The clock said it was just after 6 in the morning. Grey early light was starting to filter around the edges of the blackout curtains. I was drenched in a cold sweat, my t-shirt sticking to my back. The images from the dream were burned onto the inside of my eyelids. The black ship, the man on the street, the dark entity at the table, its words echoed in my skull. I want you. I felt violated, polluted, like something filthy and cold had been inside my head. I couldn't just sit there. I had to do something. I got out of bed, my legs shaky, and went to the kitchen. I didn't have any sage or anything fancy, but my boyfriend's mom is into crystals and incense, and I knew he had some Palo Santo sticks in a kitchen drawer for some reason. I found them. My hands were still trembling as I lit the end of the thin piece of wood. I walked through every room of that small house, trailing the sweet, smoky scent, whispering the only thing that came to mind, which was basically, "Get out. You are not welcome here. Leave us alone." I didn't know what I was doing, but the action itself felt necessary. It felt like I was scrubbing a stain away. I finished in the bedroom, waving the smoke into the corners, around the bed, especially around that door. When I was done, I put the stick out in the sink. The house smelled like a campfire and church, and I'll be damned if I didn't feel better. The heavy, watchful feeling was gone. The air felt light again. I could breathe. We got up a couple hours later. I didn't tell my boyfriend about the dream, not the details. I just said I'd had a bad nightmare from the stress of the knocks. He was freaked out enough as it was. We checked the whole house again, even the attic and the crawl space. Nothing. No signs of anyone. No explanation. The terror, the real, deep-down terror, wasn't just the knocks in the dead of night, as scary as that was. It was the nightmare. It was that dark man at the table, that entity looking right at me and telling me I was his. It was the casual, walking evil of the man on the street. It was the feeling of being chosen, hunted, by something I couldn't see or understand, something that felt ancient and malevolent. The knocks were just the doorbell. The dream was the invitation. And to this day, I still don't know who or what was on the other side, waiting for me to answer. Story 9. I was sprawled on the living room couch, the remote control feeling heavy and useless in my hand. It was a Sunday afternoon, the kind that just drags on forever. The light outside was that dull, greyish colour it gets in the fall, not bright enough to be cheerful, but not dark enough to turn the lamps on. I could hear the faint hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen and the occasional car passing by outside. It was just a normal, boring day. My stepdad, Thomas, was puttering around. He's a good guy, has been with my mum since I was 8. He's not the super chatty type, more of a doer. He'd been talking about this specific football match all week, some game from the 90s he used to watch with his dad, and he was determined to find a replay of it on one of the sports channels. Our TV service is a mess of different apps and old cable boxes, so finding anything is a whole production. "Any luck?" he asked, coming in from the kitchen with a glass of water. He was still in his weekend clothes, a faded polo shirt and some jeans. "No, this thing is impossible," I said, scrolling through the guide for what felt like the 100th time. "It's not on any of the main channels. Maybe it's on that classic sports app." He sighed, a soft, patient sound. "Let me have a look." He came over and took the remote from me, his fingers brushing against mine. They were warm. He started clicking through menus, his brow furrowed in concentration. I just leaned back and stared at the ceiling, counting the little textured bumps. The room smelled faintly of the lemon-scented polish my mom uses on the wooden coffee table. After a few minutes of silent clicking, he let out a short, frustrated breath. "It's not here. I swear, it was supposed to be on this afternoon." "Maybe you got the time wrong," I suggested, though I knew he hadn't. Tomas is meticulous about things like that. No, it's today." He handed the remote back to me. "I'm going to grab that chair from your room. My back's killing me from all that gardening yesterday. This couch is too low." I just nodded, not really paying attention. The chair he was talking about is this big, bulky red armchair. It's an old thing, been in my room since forever. It's comfortable enough, but it's a beast to move. The legs are uneven, and it always scrapes against the floor. He walked out of the living room and into the hallway. Our house isn't big. The living room opens right into a short hallway. On the left is the bathroom, straight ahead is my parents' room, and on the right is my room. My door was open like it usually is. I heard him stop outside my door. Then I heard his voice, clear as day, with that slight chuckle he gets when he's making a dumb joke. All right, time to evict this throne. Get ready for the classic scraping symphony. It was such a normal Thomas thing to say. I heard the familiar sound then, a heavy, grating drag, the sound of the chair's wooden legs resisting as they were pulled across the hardwood floor of my room. It's a sound I've heard 1,000 times. Scrape, thump, scrape. It's the sound of me moving it to vacuum, or of him dragging it out to watch a movie with us. I saw him then. From my spot on the couch, I had a direct line of sight down the hallway. I saw his back as he stepped into my room, leaning forward, pulling the chair. I saw a flash of the red fabric from the chair as it disappeared past the doorframe. The scraping noise stopped as he presumably got it clear of the door and started to carry it. I sat there for a few seconds, just waiting for him to reappear, lugging the chair down the hall. The TV was still on the menu screen, a grid of colorful logos. I could hear the faint, tinny sound of a commercial from my parents' room where my mum was probably watching her shows. He didn't come out. It was probably only 5 seconds, but it felt longer. The house was quiet again except for that distant TV noise. No more scraping, no footsteps, nothing. "You need a hand with that?" I called out, swinging my legs off the couch. No answer. That was weird. The hallway isn't that long. He should have been back by now, or at least grunted a reply. Maybe he'd gotten it stuck. I stood up and walked the few steps to the hallway. My socks were quiet on the floorboards. "Thomas?" Still nothing. I looked down the hall. My bedroom door was still open. The light was off inside, casting the room into a murky, shadowy state, lit only by the grey light from the window. I walked to my doorway and looked in. The room was empty. I don't mean he was in the corner and I missed him. I don't mean the chair was behind the door. I mean it was completely, utterly, undeniably empty. My bed was made a little messily. My desk was covered in books and my laptop closed. The closet door was shut, and the space where the big red armchair always sat, in the corner between my desk and the window, was just a blank patch of floor. A clean, empty space. The chair was gone. Thomas was gone. My brain just stopped. It was like a computer screen freezing, showing an image that was no longer true. I had just heard him. I had just seen him. The sound of the scraping was so vivid, so physical, I could still almost feel the vibration of it in the air. I had seen his back, his shirt, the red fabric. My eyes scanned the room again, frantic this time, looking for any sign, any logical explanation. Under the bed? No, it's too low. In the closet? It's a small closet, packed with stuff. There was nowhere for a full-grown man and a giant armchair to hide. The air in the room felt cold, colder than the hallway. A chill started at the base of my spine and crept upwards, tightening the skin on my arms and neck. My heart wasn't pounding yet. It was like it had shriveled into a hard, cold stone in my chest. This wasn't fear, not yet. This was a profound, soul-deep confusion. A cognitive dissonance so violent it felt like a physical blow. My reality had just cracked open. I must have stood there for a full minute, just staring at that empty space on the floor. My mouth was dry. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears, a dull roar that drowned out everything else. This is it, I thought, with a strange, detached clarity. I finally lost it. I've had a stroke, or I'm having a psychotic break. Then from behind me in the living room I heard a sound. It was Thomas's voice. "This remote is a nightmare," he said, his tone exactly the same as before, a little annoyed, a little amused. I spun around so fast I almost lost my balance. He was standing by the couch, holding the remote, looking at the TV. He was in the exact same spot he'd been in before he left to get the chair. He was wearing the same clothes. He had the same slight slouch. My brain short-circuited. I couldn't speak. I could only stare, my body frozen in the doorway of my own room. He looked up at me, his eyebrows raised. "You find the game?" I just shook my head, a tiny, stiff movement. "All right, I'm going to grab that chair from your room," he said, and he let out that same soft chuckle. "My back's killing me from all that gardening yesterday. Get ready for the classic scraping symphony." My blood went cold. It was a cold that had nothing to do with the temperature in the room. It was the cold of the grave, of absolute wrongness. He said the words, the exact same words, the same inflection, the same little pause before symphony. He walked past me, giving me a casual pat on the shoulder as he went. His hand felt solid, real. I flinched. He didn't seem to notice. He walked down the hall and stopped outside my door, just like before. I was still rooted to the spot, my back to my empty room, watching him. "All right, time to evict this throne," he said, and he stepped into my room. And I heard it, the heavy grating drag. Scrap, thump, scrap. This time, I didn't wait. I couldn't. A terror I have never felt before, a pure animal panic seized me. I lunged forward, my heart now hammering against my ribs like it was trying to escape, and I stumbled into the hallway. He was there, in my room. He had the big red armchair tilted back, his arms wrapped around it, dragging it laboriously across the floor. It scraped loudly. He grunted with the effort. He saw me in the doorway, my face probably a mask of pure horror. He stopped, setting the chair down with a solid thud. "Whoa, you okay?" he asked, his face shifting from effort to genuine concern. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I couldn't answer. My eyes were darting from him to the chair, to the empty spot on the floor where the chair had been moments before he entered. It was there now. It was real. He was real. The scraping had been real this time, but so was the first time. The first time was just as real. The sound, the sight, the empty room. It had happened. I knew it had happened. I hadn't imagined it. I hadn't dreamed it. The feeling of that wrongness was burned into me, a brand on my soul. I stammered, my voice a hoarse croak. "You feeling sick?" he asked, taking a step towards me. "You're white as a sheet." I just shook my head again, backing away from the doorway, from him, from the chair. I backed down the hall, into the living room, and collapsed onto the couch. My whole body was trembling. I wrapped my arms around myself, but I couldn't stop the shaking. It was a deep, internal quake. Tomas came out a minute later, carrying the chair. He set it down near the couch with a final grunt and sat in it, groaning as he settled into the cushion. He picked up the remote and started clicking through the channels again, completely oblivious. "Ah, here it is," he said, a note of triumph in his voice. The sound of a football crowd filled the room. I sat there on the couch, watching the game I couldn't see, listening to the cheers I couldn't hear. All I could hear was the echo of that first, impossible scraping sound. All I could see was the empty space on my floor where a chair and a man had been, and then hadn't. I didn't tell him. What would I say? "Hey, Thomas, I think I just saw a ghost version of you. Or maybe I saw a few minutes into the future. Or maybe I've just lost my mind." He'd have called my mom. They'd have taken me to a doctor. Maybe they should. But I didn't say anything. I just sat there, wrapped in a cold that had nothing to do with the autumn afternoon. The world had proven itself to be a place where the solid, dependable sequence of cause and effect could just glitch. And I was the only one who had seen it. The game played on. Tomas cheered at a play. My mum came out of her room and asked if anyone wanted tea. Life went on, completely normal, completely sane. But I was stuck in that moment of looking into my empty room, My reality shattered into a million pieces. I had witnessed a preview of my own life, a few minutes handed to me out of order, and the terror wasn't in what I saw, but in the knowledge that the machinery of the world, the clockwork I had always trusted, was broken. And I had no idea what else was going to come loose. Story 10. Atasiji. I still get this cold feeling in my stomach whenever I think about that house. It was the winter of 2015 when my husband and I bought the place, 30 acres up in northern Minnesota, way out in the middle of nowhere. The real estate agent called it a fixer-upper, but honestly, it was more than that. The previous owner was this woman everyone knew as the Garden Lady. She'd lived there for decades, and the whole property was covered in these overgrown gardens, ivy crawling up everything, and this weird cracked fountain in the backyard that looked like it had been there since the 60s. We were excited, though. We'd saved up for years, and the idea of having all that land, making it our own, felt like a dream. The house itself was old, built in the 50s or something, and it had this ugly orange carpet everywhere. I mean bright orange, like something from a bad 70s movie. The first thing we did was rip it all out and put in wood floors. We painted the walls this light grey color, trying to make it feel modern and clean. Outside, we took down this ivy-covered trellis that was leaning against the side of the house, and we broke up that fountain with a sledgehammer. It felt good, like we were wiping the slate clean and starting fresh. But looking back, I wonder if that was where we went wrong. Maybe we pissed something off. The day everything started, it was a Tuesday, I think, middle of January, and it was bitter cold outside. The kind of cold that seeps into your bones and makes you want to stay inside forever. My husband had left for work early that morning. He had a long commute into town, so I was alone in the house. I remember spending the morning unpacking boxes in the living room, trying to get things organized. The wood floors were still new, and they creaked in a way that made the house feel alive. I had the heat cranked up, but there were still drafts coming from somewhere, little pockets of cold air that made me shiver. Around 11 in the morning, I decided to take a break and make some coffee. I was in the kitchen, which was this small, cramped room with old cabinets that smelled like mothballs. As I was waiting for the kettle to boil, I heard a noise from the hallway. It was a ringing sound, but not like a cell phone. It was this old-fashioned jangling ring, the kind you'd hear from a landline. That stopped me dead in my tracks because we didn't have a landline. We'd never hooked one up. We both used our cells. I stood there for a second, thinking maybe it was my imagination, or maybe it was coming from outside. But no, it was definitely inside the house. I walked out into the hallway, and the ringing was coming from this little nook under the stairs, where the previous owners had left an old phone jack. There was no phone plugged in, just the jack. But the ringing was clear as day. It was loud and insistent, like someone was really trying to get through. My heart started beating faster, and I felt this stupid urge to answer it, like maybe it was a wrong number or something. I know how crazy that sounds now, but in the moment, it felt like the only thing to do. I went over to the wall and put my ear close to the jack. The ringing was coming right out of it, even though there was no phone. I reached out and touched the jack, and it was cold, but the ringing didn't stop. Then, without thinking, I said, "Hello?" into the empty air, like an idiot. And that's when I heard it. A voice, low and flat, almost robotic, but human enough to make my skin crawl. It didn't say hello back or anything normal. It just started reciting my husband's full name, first, middle, last, and then his previous address, the one we'd moved from in Minneapolis. I stood there frozen, my hand still on the wall, and I felt the blood drain from my face. How could anyone know that? We'd only been in the house a couple of weeks, and we hadn't given out our old address to anyone here. The voice stopped, and the ringing cut off abruptly. The silence that followed was heavier than before, like the air had thickened. I backed away from the wall, my heart hammering in my chest, and I remember my hands were shaking so bad I had to clasp them together. I kept telling myself it was a prank, maybe some kids messing with the lines. But we were so isolated out there, with no neighbors for miles. Who would do that? And why? I tried to call my husband on my cell, but the service was spotty, and it went straight to voicemail. I left a shaky message, telling him to call me back, but I didn't say why. I didn't want to sound crazy. After that, I tried to go back to unpacking, but I couldn't focus. Every little noise made me jump. The wind outside, the creak of the floors, even the hum of the refrigerator. I kept glancing at that phone jack, half expecting it to ring again. Around 2 in the afternoon, I was upstairs in what was supposed to be our bedroom, putting away clothes. The room was still mostly empty, with boxes stacked against the walls. I'd hung up a few pictures earlier, including one of my husband and me from our wedding day. It was in a simple wooden frame, and I'd placed it on the dresser across from the bed. I was folding a sweater when I heard it, a sharp, loud crack, like something breaking. It came from right behind me, and it was so sudden I dropped the sweater and spun around. The picture frame was on the floor, shattered. But here's the thing. It wasn't just fallen over. It was in pieces. And it was all the way on the other side of the room, near the door. I'd put it on the dresser, which was against the wall opposite the door. So for it to end up there, it would have had to fly across the room. There was no one else in the house, no open windows, nothing that could have knocked it off. I walked over slowly, my legs feeling like jelly, and knelt down. The glass was everywhere, and the photo was torn. I picked up a piece of the frame, and my fingers were trembling. That's when I noticed how cold the spot was. Right where the frame landed, the floor was icy, even though the heat was on. I started to feel really scared then, the kind of fear that sits in your gut and won't let go. I gathered up the broken pieces and threw them in the trash, but my hands were still shaking. I decided to go downstairs and make some tea, just to calm my nerves. As I was walking down, the lights flickered. Not just a little dimming, but a full-on flicker, like someone was playing with the switch. It happened a couple of times, and each time the house got darker for a second, and I could hear this faint buzzing sound. I hurried into the kitchen and put the kettle on again, but my mind was racing. Was this all connected? The phone, the frame, now the lights. While I was waiting for the water to boil, I heard a dripping sound. At first I thought it was the sink, but when I checked, it was dry. The sound was coming from the basement door. We hadn't spent much time down there yet. It was damp and smelled musty, with a few old boxes the garden lady had left behind. I opened the door, and the dripping was louder. I flipped the light switch, but nothing happened. The bulb must have burned out, or maybe the power was acting up again. I used my phone's flashlight and went down a few steps. The air was cold and heavy, and I could see water pooling on the concrete floor. One of the pipes had burst, and water was spraying out in a fine mist. It hadn't been like that earlier. I'd been down there just the day before to check the furnace. I rushed back upstairs and called a plumber, but it took forever for them to get out to us because of the remote location. By the time my husband got home, around 6 that evening, the plumber was still working and the basement was a mess. I told my husband about the phone and the picture frame, but he looked at me like I was losing it. He said it was probably just old wiring and coincidences, but I could see the doubt in his eyes, especially when the plumber mentioned that the pipe burst in a weird spot. No reason for it, no freezing or anything. That night, we tried to sleep, but I kept waking up every time the house made a noise. At one point, I heard scratching sounds coming from the walls. At first, I thought it was branches outside, but it was too consistent. Later, we found out it was mice, but that was just the start. Over the next year, things got worse. More pipes bursting, power outages all the time, and the mice were everywhere, no matter how many traps we set. But that first day, with the phone and the frame, was when I knew something was wrong. We never felt welcome in that house after that. It was like the place itself was pushing us out. We sold it a year later and moved across the state. In our new house, I made sure there were no landlines, nothing that could ring like that. But sometimes when I'm alone, I still hear that low, flat voice in my head, and I wonder what would have happened if we'd stayed. I can't explain any of it. Not then, not now. It's just this thing that happened, and it left me with a fear that never really goes away. Story 11. We set out around 10 in the morning, the sun already beating down, and the drive felt longer than it should have. Minnesota's countryside can be beautiful, all rolling hills and fields, but as we got closer, the landscape started to change. The trees grew thicker, crowding the road, and the houses spaced farther apart until they disappeared altogether. Mum was quiet most of the way, which was unusual for her. She's normally chattering away about something or other. But that day she just stared out the window, her hands tight on the steering wheel. I remember asking her what was up, and she just shook her head and said, "You'll feel it when we get there." At the time, I brushed it off, thinking she was just building up the drama like she sometimes does. When we pulled up to the graveyard, it was smaller than I expected, just a patch of land surrounded by a rusty iron fence, with a gate that screeched when we pushed it open. The place was old, real old. Most of the headstones were worn smooth. Names and dates faded into nothing. Weeds choked the paths, and a couple of trees leaned over the graves like they were trying to listen in. The air hit me first. It wasn't just hot, it was heavy, like walking into a room where someone's been arguing and the tension's still hanging around. I felt it right away, this weight on my chest that made it hard to take a deep breath. Mom didn't say anything, but I saw her shiver even though it was sweltering out. We started walking among the graves, me trailing a little behind her. The ground was uneven, soft in spots where the grass had given way to mud, and I had to watch my step. I remember noticing how quiet it was. No birds, no insects, just this dead silence that felt wrong. Then, out of nowhere, I heard rustling from the trees off to the left. Not like leaves blowing in the wind, but something more deliberate, like someone or something was moving through them. I glanced over, but there was no wind, not even a breeze. The leaves on the trees were perfectly still. My skin prickled, and I quickened my pace to catch up with Mom. She must have heard it too, because she stopped and looked toward the sound, her face tight. That's when I started seeing things in the corner of my eye. Dark flickers, like shadows, darting just out of sight. At first I thought it was my imagination, maybe a trick of the light, but it kept happening. Every time I turned my head, there was nothing there, but the feeling of being watched grew stronger. It wasn't a vague unease. It was this intense, crawling sensation up my back, like eyes were boring into me. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the graves, reading the few names I could make out. Most were from the 1800s, pioneers or settlers, and the dates were so close together it made me wonder what happened here. Mom had mentioned something about a tragedy, a family that died out all at once, but she hadn't gone into details. We kept walking, and that's when I spotted it, a lone grave set apart from the others, way at the back near the tree line. It was smaller than the rest, almost hidden by overgrown bushes, and the headstone was cracked down the middle. Something about it drew me in, and I found myself moving toward it without really thinking. The air around it felt even heavier, colder, like stepping into a fridge. As I got closer, I could see that the grave had no name, just a rough carving of what looked like a bird, and the dates were completely worn away. I reached out to touch the stone, and that's when the dizziness hit me. It came on so fast, I had to grab onto a nearby tree to steady myself. The world spun, and my head felt like it was filled with cotton. For a second, I thought I might pass out. My stomach twisted sharply, not like nausea, but like something was grabbing me from the inside, squeezing hard. I gasped and doubled over, my vision blurring. Mom rushed over and put a hand on my shoulder, her face pale. "What's wrong?" she asked, but I could barely get the words out. All I could feel was this intense pressure, like I was being crushed, and that sensation of being watched was overwhelming now, coming from everywhere at once. Then I heard it, a bird chirping, but it wasn't right. It was this hollow, repeating note over and over, like a recording stuck on loop. It came from the trees near the lone grave, and each chirp sent a chill down my spine. At the same time, whispers started, so faint I almost thought I was imagining them. They weren't words I could understand, just this urgent hissing sound that seemed to be saying, "Leave, leave, leave." It was coming from all around us, from the graves, the trees, the air itself. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and my hands were shaking. Mom's grip on my arm tightened, and she whispered, "We have to go, now." We didn't run, but we moved fast, stumbling over the uneven ground. Every step felt like we were fighting against that heavy air, like it was trying to hold us back. I kept glancing back, expecting to see something, but there was nothing. Just those dark flickers in my peripheral vision and that awful bird sound following us. My stomach was still cramping, a sharp, twisting pain that made it hard to breathe. By the time we reached the car, I was sweating and shaking, and Mum fumbled with the keys, her hands trembling so much she dropped them twice. Once we were inside, she locked the doors and just sat there for a minute, both of us panting. The graveyard looked normal from the car, just a quiet, overgrown patch of land, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched from the trees. Mum turned to me, her eyes wide and serious, and said, "Something tried to latch onto you back there." I felt it. Her voice was low, almost a whisper, and it sent another wave of fear through me. I didn't know what she meant, but the way she said it made my skin crawl. She reached into her bag and pulled out a small pouch. She always carries stuff like that. Herbs and stones, she says, are protective. She handed me a piece of black tourmaline and told me to hold it tight. "Don't let go until we get home," she said. I clutched it in my fist, the stone cool against my palm, and we drove off, the tires kicking up dust on the dirt road. The whole way back I kept expecting to see something in the rearview mirror, but it was just empty road behind us. The bird chirping had stopped, but the memory of it echoed in my ears. When we got home, Mom didn't waste any time. She lit a bundle of sage and started smudging the house, moving from room to room, waving the smoke into corners and along the walls. The smell was strong, earthy and sharp, and as she did it, I could feel the pressure that had been building in my chest start to lift. It was like a weight was being slowly removed, and I could finally take a full breath. We sat in the living room afterward, the sage smoke lingering in the air, and she explained that she'd felt a presence in that graveyard, something old and angry that didn't want us there. She said it must have attached itself to me when I got too close to that lone grave. The rest of the day I felt drained, like I'd run a marathon. My stomach still ached a little, and every time I closed my eyes, I saw those dark flickers or heard that hollow bird chirp. Mom made us tea, and we didn't talk much, just sat there in silence. By evening, the worst of it had passed, but I knew I wouldn't forget what happened. Even now, weeks later, I get chills thinking about it. I can't explain what that was, why the air felt so heavy, or what tried to grab me from inside. All I know is I'm never going back to that graveyard, and sometimes, when it's quiet, I still hear that bird in my dreams. Story 12. I woke up around 8 in the morning feeling pretty normal. The sun was coming through the blinds in my old bedroom, casting those long, lazy streaks of light across the floor. I stretched, got out of bed, and headed to the kitchen to make some coffee. The house was dead silent, which isn't unusual for an old place like this. It's a 2-story house built in the 1970s, with creaky floors and drafty windows that let in cold air even in the summer. I've lived here most of my life, so I'm used to its quirks. But that day, something felt off right from the start. After coffee, I decided to do some laundry. My parents have this wicker laundry basket in the hallway outside the bathroom, and I'd tossed a bunch of clothes in there the night before. I picked it up and carried it down to the basement, where the washer and dryer are. The basement has always given me the creeps a little. It's damp, with a low ceiling, and that musty smell old basements have. I set the basket on the floor next to the washer and started sorting the clothes into darks and lights. That's when I saw it. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something move in the basket. I turned to look, and there was this grey cat sitting right on top of my jeans. It wasn't our cat. My parents don't have any pets and never have. I froze for a second, just staring at it. The cat looked real, like a normal stray with matted fur and bright green eyes. It was curled up, almost like it was sleeping, but then it lifted its head and looked right at me, and then slowly it started to fade. I'm not talking about it walking away or disappearing behind something. It literally dissolved into nothing right in front of me. One moment it was there, solid as anything, and the next it was just gone. The clothes in the basket were undisturbed, no indentation or anything. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I stood there for what felt like forever, just staring at the empty spot where the cat had been. My hands were shaking, and I had to lean against the washer to steady myself. I kept telling myself it was a trick of the light, or maybe I was just tired, but deep down, I knew what I saw. I finished the laundry as fast as I could, practically running back upstairs. The whole time, I had this uneasy feeling like someone was watching me. I tried to shake it off by distracting myself. I went into the garage to look for some old board games I remembered from when I was a kid. The garage is attached to the house, and it's always cluttered with junk, old tools, boxes of holiday decorations, that kind of thing. The light in there is dim, just a single bulb hanging from the ceiling, and it flickers sometimes. I was digging through a pile of boxes near the back when I saw it again. This time, it was a dark head peeking out from behind a stack of old tires. It was human-shaped, but not clear, more like a shadow or a silhouette. At first, I thought it was just a shadow from the flickering light, but then it moved. It tilted to the side, like it was curious, and I could see the outline of a head and shoulders. There was no face, just darkness. My breath caught in my chest, and I backed away slowly, not taking my eyes off it. I bumped into a shelf, and a can of paint fell over with a loud clatter. When I looked back, the head was gone. Nothing there but the tires and dust. I felt cold all over, like I'd been dunked in ice water. I got out of there fast, slamming the garage door behind me and locking it. Back in the house, I tried to calm down. I sat on the couch in the living room, turning on the TV for some noise, but I couldn't focus. Every little sound made me jump. The hum of the refrigerator, the wind outside, even the ticking of the clock on the wall. I kept glancing around, half expecting to see something move. That's when I heard the whispers. At first, it was so faint I thought it was just the TV or my imagination. But then it got clearer, like someone was right next to my ear. It wasn't words I could understand, just this hushed, raspy sound, like static or someone breathing too close. I spun around, but no one was there. The room was empty. I pressed my hands over my ears, but the whispering didn't stop. It felt like it was inside my head, this low, insistent murmur that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I started to panic, my chest tightening, and I had to get up and pace around just to keep from screaming. I've always had a cross on my bedpost in my room. It's a small wooden one my grandma gave me when I was little, and I never thought much about it until that day. Lately, I'd been masturbating in bed, which sounds embarrassing to admit, but it's the truth. I'd read online that stuff like that can attract negative energy or entities, and in that moment it all clicked. Maybe I'd invited something in, or maybe the house was already haunted and I'd made it worse. The thought made me feel sick with guilt and fear. As the day went on, things escalated. I was in the kitchen making lunch around noon when I saw another fading apparition. This time it was a figure in the doorway, tall and thin, like a person, but it was translucent. I could see the wall behind it. It stood there for a few seconds, then slowly faded away, just like the cat. My stomach churned and I dropped the knife I was holding. It clattered on the floor and I didn't even bother to pick it up. I just stood there trembling, my mind racing. What was happening? Was I losing it? I decided to call a friend, but my phone had no signal, which was weird because it usually works fine in the house. The landline was dead too. No dial tone, just silence. I felt trapped, isolated. The house seemed to be closing in on me. Every room felt smaller, darker. I kept hearing footsteps upstairs when I knew no one was there. Light, shuffling steps, like someone walking slowly. I'd go up to check, and the hallway would be empty. The air felt heavy, thick with something I couldn't name. By late afternoon, I was a mess. I'd locked myself in my bedroom, clutching the cross from the bedpost. It felt cold in my hand, which was strange, because it's usually warm from the room temperature. I sat on the floor with my back against the door, listening. The whispers had stopped for a bit, but now they were back, louder this time. They were coming from the closet, this soft, insistent sound that made my skin crawl. I could feel my heart beating in my ears, a frantic rhythm that matched the fear coursing through me. My mouth was dry, and I kept swallowing, trying to get some moisture back. I don't know how long I sat there, but eventually I must have dozed off because I woke up to the sound of something scratching at the door. It was a slow, deliberate sound, like nails dragging across wood. I scrambled away from the door, my breath coming in short gasps. The scratching stopped, and then I heard a low laugh, deep and guttural like it wasn't human. It came from right outside the door. I pressed my hands over my mouth to keep from making noise, tears welling in my eyes. I've never been so scared in my life. As evening fell, the fading apparitions started happening more frequently. I'd see shapes in the corners of my eyes, people, animals, things I couldn't identify, all fading in and out of existence. One moment, there'd be a shadowy figure at the end of the hall, and the next, it was gone. The air grew colder, and I could see my breath in front of me, even though it wasn't that cold outside. I wrapped myself in a blanket from the bed, but it didn't help. The fear was like a physical weight on my chest, making it hard to breathe. The worst part was when I looked in the mirror in the bathroom. My reflection was normal at first, but then it started to change. The eyes went black, and the mouth twisted into a smile that wasn't mine. It faded in and out, like the other apparitions, and I stumbled back, hitting the wall behind me. I didn't look in another mirror for the rest of the day. I spent the next few hours huddled on my bed, clutching the cross and praying silently. I'm not even religious, but in that moment I was begging for whatever this was to stop. The whispers were constant now, a chorus of them coming from all directions. They sounded angry, desperate. I could feel them, like cold fingers brushing against my skin. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd see those fading shapes, and I'd jerk them open again, afraid of what I might see in the darkness. Around 9 at night, everything came to a head. I was in the living room, trying to gather the courage to make a run for the door when I saw it, the cat from earlier reappearing on the couch. It was solid again, but its eyes were glowing red. It stared at me, and then it opened its mouth, but no sound came out. Instead, I heard a whisper right in my ear, clear as day. "You're not alone." The voice was raspy, cold, and it sent a shiver down my spine. I screamed and bolted for the front door, fumbling with the lock. My hands were so sweaty and shaky that I could barely turn the knob. I finally got it open and stumbled outside into the cool night air. I didn't stop running until I reached the end of the driveway, where I collapsed on the grass, gasping for breath. I looked back at the house, and for a second, I thought I saw a dark figure in the upstairs window watching me. Then it faded away, just like all the others. I stayed outside for what felt like hours, too scared to go back in. Eventually, I called a friend from my cell phone. It had signal again, and they came to pick me up. I never went back to that house alone after that day. To this day, I can't explain what happened. Was it ghosts? Something I attracted? I don't know. All I know is that I lived through it, and the memory still haunts me. The fading apparitions, the whispers, the cold. It's all burned into my mind, and sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I still hear those whispers, and I wonder if it's really over. Story 13. The day started early, like most days on these trips. I remember waking up in our own house before the sun was even up, because we had to meet the group at the church by 6 in the morning. My mum was bustling around, packing last-minute things into bags, and my dad was already loading the car. My younger sister, she's always been the quiet one, was still half asleep, curled up on the couch with a blanket. I helped Mum with the cooler, stuffing in sandwiches and drinks, and the whole time I just felt this low-level dread. Not like I was scared of anything specific, just that heavy feeling you get when you know you're going to be stuck in a car for hours and then surrounded by people all day. But looking back, maybe it was more than that. We drove for what felt like forever. The countryside rolled by, all green fields and old farms, and the sky was overcast, which made everything seem grayer than it should have. My sister and I sat in the back seat, not talking much. She had her headphones on, and I just stared out the window, watching the world go by. I remember thinking how quiet it was out there, like the land was holding its breath. But again, I brushed it off as just being tired or bored. When we got to the pilgrimage site, it was this massive old property with a big stone building that used to be a monastery or something. The air smelled like damp earth and old wood, and there were crosses and statues everywhere. We met up with the rest of the group, maybe 20 families in total, and everyone was chatting and laughing, but I couldn't shake that uneasy feeling. It was like the place had a weight to it, something pressing down on my shoulders. My sister seemed fine, though. She even smiled a little when one of the other kids waved at her. The day was packed with activities. We had a guided tour of the grounds, then a long prayer session in the main hall, and later a communal lunch under a big tent. I went through the motions, saying the prayers and listening to the stories, but my mind kept wandering. At one point during the tour, we passed by this old cemetery on the property, and I felt a chill run down my spine. It wasn't just the cold. It was like someone was watching me from between the headstones. I glanced over at my sister, but she was just staring at her feet, not noticing anything. I told myself I was being silly, that it was just the atmosphere getting to me. After lunch, we had some free time, so my family decided to explore a bit on our own. We wandered away from the group, down a path that led to a smaller, older building, tucked away behind some trees. It was this little chapel, maybe from the 1800s, with peeling paint and a crooked door. My dad wanted to go in, but the door was locked, so we just stood outside for a minute. That's when I noticed the silence. No birds, no wind, nothing. Just this thick, heavy quiet that made my ears ring. My sister tugged on my sleeve and pointed at the door handle. It was one of those old brass ones, tarnished and worn. She didn't say anything, but her eyes were wide, like she'd seen something. I asked her what was wrong, but she just shook her head and looked away. I should have paid more attention then, but I didn't. As the afternoon wore on, I started feeling more and more off. My head ached a little, and that dread from the morning was coming back stronger. During the evening prayer service, I couldn't focus at all. The voices around me seemed to blur together, and the candles flickering on the altar made shadows dance on the walls. At one point, I thought I saw a shadow move on its own, but when I blinked, it was gone. My sister was sitting next to me, and she kept fidgeting, which wasn't like her. Usually she's calm during these things, but that night she was restless, like she couldn't get comfortable. After the service, we headed to the lodging area. The families were split up into rooms in this old guest house attached to the main building. Our room was on the second floor, at the end of a long hallway. It was small, with 2 twin beds, a wooden dresser, and a window that looked out over the dark fields. The walls were thin, and I could hear other families settling in for the night, but our room felt isolated, like we were cut off from everyone else. My sister and I got ready for bed without talking much. I changed into my pajamas and brushed my teeth in the shared bathroom down the hall, and the whole time I had this prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone was standing right behind me. But whenever I turned around, there was no one there. When I got back to the room, my sister was already in her bed, curled up under the covers with her back to me. I climbed into my own bed and turned off the lamp on the nightstand. The room plunged into darkness, except for a sliver of moonlight coming through the window. It was so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up, not slowly, but all at once, like someone had shaken me awake. The room was still dark, and I felt disoriented. I glanced at the clock on the dresser. It was 2:55 in the morning. I remember that clearly because the numbers glowed green in the dark, and they seemed to sear into my brain. 2:55. Why was I awake? I hadn't had a nightmare or anything. I just woke up, fully alert. That's when I saw my sister. She was sitting up in her bed, but she wasn't moving, just sitting there, straight-backed, facing the wall opposite her. At first, I thought maybe she'd woken up too. Maybe she needed to go to the bathroom or something, but she wasn't getting up. She was just sitting there, perfectly still. I whispered her name, but she didn't respond. The air in the room felt thick, like it was hard to breathe, and cold, colder than it should have been for late summer. I pulled my blanket tighter around me, but the chill was seeping into my bones. Then she spoke. Her voice, it wasn't hers. It was deep, rough, like gravel scraping together, and it came out low and steady. "Are you going to let me in or not?" she said. Not loudly, but clear enough that every word hung in the air. I froze. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Let who in? What was she talking about? I tried to say something, to ask her what was wrong, but my mouth wouldn't work. I just stared at her, my hands gripping the sheets so tight my knuckles hurt. She didn't turn to look at me. She just stayed there, sitting up, and then after a few seconds, though it felt like hours, she lay back down, just like that. She pulled the covers up over herself and went still, like she'd never moved at all. The room was silent again, except for the sound of my own ragged breathing. I didn't move. I couldn't. My body was locked in place, every muscle tense. I kept waiting for something else to happen, for her to sit up again, or for that voice to come back, but nothing did. The clock ticked over to 3 in the morning, and I was still there, wide awake, staring at her bed in the dark. The rest of the night, I didn't sleep a wink. I just lay there, listening to the sounds of the old house, creaks and groans that seemed too loud, too intentional. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd see her sitting up, hear that voice. It wasn't her. It couldn't have been. My sister has a soft, quiet voice, not that deep, unfamiliar tone. I kept thinking about what it meant, who, or what, was asking to be let in, but I had no answers. The fear was like a cold stone in my stomach, and it stayed there even as the sky started to lighten outside. When morning finally came and the sun began to rise, I was exhausted. My sister woke up like normal, yawning and stretching, and she didn't seem to remember anything. She asked me why I looked so tired, and I just shrugged, too scared to bring it up. We packed our things and joined the group for breakfast, and everyone was chatting and laughing, but I felt disconnected, like I was watching from behind a glass wall. The pilgrimage ended, and we drove home, and life went back to usual, but that night never left me. I've never told anyone about it, not even my parents. What would I say? That my sister spoke in a voice that wasn't hers in the middle of the night? They'd think I was dreaming or making it up, but I know what I saw and heard. It was real. And to this day, I still don't know what it was or why it happened. Sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I think about that question, are you going to let me in or not? And I get chills all over again. I never let anything in, but I can't shake the feeling that something was already there waiting. Vol.463. 14. I've been doing crime scene cleanup for about 3 years now. You see things in this job that stick with you, but nothing like what happened at that house in the hills. It was one of those massive places tucked away where you can't see the neighbors, all sharp angles and glass, the kind of home that looks like it was designed for a magazine shoot, not for people to actually live in. The call came in late Tuesday afternoon, a murder-suicide. The details were sparse, just that there was significant biohazard and water damage from a burst pipe on the second floor. We were told to expect a mess. My partner Leo and I pulled up just after 6 in the evening. The sun was starting to dip behind the hills, casting long, deep shadows that made the white modern house look grey and cold. The police tape was still strung across the front gate, fluttering in a dry breeze. We had to get the code from the property manager to deactivate the alarm. The first thing that hit me when the heavy front door swung open was the smell. It's a smell you never get used to, no matter how many jobs you do. It's a thick, sweet, metallic odor of old blood, mixed with the damp, rotten stench of standing water. Underneath it all was the faint, clean scent of bleach the cops had tried to use, which just made the whole cocktail worse. The entryway was a vast, empty space with a polished concrete floor. To the left, a staircase swept up to the second floor. Straight ahead, the living area was all open plan, with floor-to-ceiling windows looking out over a darkening canyon. The water damage was obvious. A huge, dark stain bloomed across the high ceiling, and a section of the drywall near the stairs was bulging and soft. Brownish water had seeped down the walls, leaving trails. We got our gear from the truck. Tyvek suits, heavy-duty respirators, thick gloves, boots, all the usual. We set up our work lights, the kind on tall stands that throw a harsh, white light and eliminate all shadows, or they're supposed to anyway. We started in the living room, assessing the damage. The murder had happened upstairs, in the master bedroom, and the water had leaked down through the floor. My job was to start cutting out the ruined drywall downstairs while Leo went up to bag and remove the contaminated carpet and padding. The silence was the first thing that got to me. It's always quiet in these houses after the police leave, but this was different. It was a heavy, dense quiet, the kind that feels like it's pressing in on your eardrums. The only sounds were the crunch of broken glass under my boots, the squelch of my knife going into the wet wallboard, and the low hum of our portable generator outside. It must have been around 8 o'clock when we first heard the music. I was elbow deep in pulling out a soaked chunk of insulation, my respirator making my breathing sound loud and hollow in my own head. It was faint, tinny, like music coming from an old radio a few rooms away. It was a song I recognized, some pop tune from a few years back. I straightened up, thinking maybe Leo had found a radio and turned it on for background noise. I called his name, my voice muffled by the mask. The music stopped. Just cut off. A moment later, Leo's heavy footsteps came to the top of the stairs. "You hear that?" he asked, his voice tight. "Yeah. You don't have a radio on?" "No. I thought you did." We stood there for a minute, listening to the hum of the generator and the nothing else. We shrugged it off. It was an old house. Maybe the neighbors had their music on. Maybe it was some weird acoustic trick. You try to find a logical explanation for everything in this job. If you don't, you'll go crazy. We went back to work. About 20 minutes later, the work lights flickered. Not a full power cut, just a quick jarring dimming and brightening. I looked over at the lights. They were LED, plugged into a heavy-duty surge protector connected to our generator. They shouldn't flicker. I was about to go check the connection when the radios on our belts beeped. Not a transmission beep, but the kind of short, static-filled chirp they make when you key the mic. Except neither of us was touching ours. They did it once, then twice in quick succession. Beep. Beep. Leo came back to the top of the stairs. He'd taken his respirator off. His face was pale. What the hell was that? I don't know, I said, my own heart starting to thump a little harder against my ribs. Interference. From what? There's nothing out here. He was right. We were in a dead zone. Our radios were only good for communicating inside the house. We decided to take a break, get some air outside. We stood by the truck, the cool night air feeling like a blessing after the stifling atmosphere inside. We didn't talk much. We just smoked and listened to the crickets, both of us avoiding the subject of what was happening. You don't want to be the guy who says ghost first. It feels unprofessional. It feels weak. When we went back in, the air felt thicker, colder. We had a small monitor set up on a case of cleaning supplies, connected to a camera we sometimes used to document extensive damage for the insurance companies. It was just sitting there, showing a live feed of the empty, brightly lit living room. I was hauling a heavy bag of debris toward the front door when I happened to glance at the screen. There was a figure standing in the middle of the room. It was tall, indistinct, like a person seen through a foggy window. It wasn't a shadow. Shadows don't have that kind of density. It was just there, standing where I had been working not 5 minutes earlier. My brain froze. I stared at the screen, my hand still gripping the heavy bag. The figure didn't move. It was facing away from the camera, toward the staircase. "Leo!" I managed to croak out. He was closer to the monitor. He turned and looked at it. His reaction was immediate and visceral. He took a sharp step back, his eyes wide. "What is that?" he whispered, his voice cracking. As we watched, the figure on the screen simply dissolved. It didn't walk away. It didn't fade. 1 second it was a solid, dark shape in the middle of our sterile, white-lit work zone, and the next second it was just gone. The room on the monitor was empty again. We both stood there, not moving, not speaking. The air was so cold, I could see my breath misting in front of my respirator. That was new, that was very, very new. The chill was seeping through my Tyvek suit, a deep, penetrating cold that felt like it was coming from inside my bones. My hands were shaking. I looked from the empty room on the screen to the actual physical living room. It was identical, empty, bright, and yet I knew, with a certainty that made me feel sick, that we were not alone. "We need to get out of here," Leo said. His voice was low and urgent, but we couldn't. Our contract. The biohazard. We couldn't just leave a house full of blood-borne pathogens and contaminated water. We had to finish. We had to secure the site. It was the worst feeling I've ever had, knowing I had to willingly walk back into that. We went back to work, but it was different now. Every sound was a threat. The crinkle of my suit, the scrape of a shovel on the floor, the drip of water from the ceiling, each one made me jump. We worked back to back, not venturing too far from each other. We didn't speak, we just worked. Our movements rushed and clumsy with fear. The noises started up again about an hour later. It wasn't music this time. It was a soft, rhythmic thumping. It sounded like it was coming from upstairs. Thump, 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 like someone slowly bouncing a basketball. Leo and I both looked up at the ceiling. We were in the kitchen now, cleaning out a soaked cabinet. The sound was directly above us. "The bedroom," Leo mouthed, his eyes wide with terror. "The master bedroom, where it happened." The thumping stopped. A moment of silence, then a new sound, a dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled slowly across the floor upstairs. It was a gritty, labored sound. I felt the hair on my arms stand up under the plastic of my suit. My mouth was so dry I could barely swallow. We should have run. Any sane person would have run. But we were trapped by our job, by our own stupid sense of duty. We stood frozen in the kitchen, listening to that dragging sound move from one side of the room above us to the other, and then stop right over our heads. Then came the whisper. It wasn't a word. It was just a rush of air, a sibilant hiss that seemed to come from everywhere at once, from the walls themselves. It travelled right past my ear, so close I flinched and swatted at the side of my head like I was brushing away a fly. Leo did the same thing. We looked at each other, and in that moment all pretense of professionalism was gone. We were just two scared guys in a very bad place. The work lights flickered again, this time violently, strobing the room in frantic pulses of light and darkness. In the flashes of dark, I thought I saw shapes moving in the corners of the room, tall, thin shadows that darted away the second the light returned. The radios on our belts went crazy, emitting a continuous low static hiss like a TV tuned to a dead channel. We couldn't take it anymore. We dropped our tools and ran for the front door. We didn't care about the gear, about the protocol. We just had to get out. Leo fumbled with the deadbolt, his gloves making his fingers clumsy. I kept looking back over my shoulder, expecting to see that dark figure standing at the top of the stairs. But the hallway was empty, illuminated by the now steady, accusing glare of the work lights. He got the door open, and we stumbled out into the night, tearing off our respirators and gasping in the clean air. We didn't stop until we were leaning against the hood of the truck, a good 50 feet from the house. We were both shaking, sweating despite the cold. "We can't go back in there," Leo panted. "I'm not going back in there." I agreed with him, 100%. But we also couldn't leave the job unfinished. It was a nightmare scenario. We sat in the truck with the doors locked for what felt like hours, just watching the house. It sat there, silent and dark, except for the glow from our work lights spilling out the open front door. It looked innocent, just a house. But we knew what was inside. Somehow, as the sky began to lighten from black to deep blue in the east, we found the courage. The coming of daybreak was like a lifeline. The terror of the night felt less potent, less immediate in the face of the rising sun. We put our respirators back on, didn't bother with the suits, and went back in with one goal: grab the essential gear, seal the place up, and get the hell out. We'd tell the company we'd finish in the daylight. They wouldn't like it, but they'd understand. The house was different in the pre-dawn light. The oppressive cold was gone. The silence was just a normal, empty house silence. We moved quickly, not speaking, not looking into the dark corners. We gathered our most expensive equipment, shut off the generator, and closed the front door, locking it behind us. We didn't look back. We finished the job the next afternoon, with the sun high in the sky. We worked fast, efficiently, and we were done by 3. Nothing happened. No music, no flickering lights, no figures on the monitor. It was just a dirty, sad job in a big, empty house. But I'll never forget that night. I'll never forget the sight of that dark shape on the monitor, a figure that shouldn't have been there, a figure that just vanished. I'll never forget the sound of that whisper right by my ear, or the feeling of that deep, unnatural cold. We cleaned up the physical mess, but some stains you just can't scrub away. I still don't know what was in that house with us, and I don't think I ever want to know. I just know it was there. Story 15. I'd been camping in the northern Sierra Nevadas for 3 days. Just me, my old white Ford van, and a whole lot of snow and silence. It was supposed to be a reset. You know, the kind of trip you take when the city noise gets too loud in your head, and you just need to remember what quiet actually sounds like. I'd found this pull-off, a little gravel patch that was mostly clear, overlooking a steep drop into a valley of pine trees, so buried in snow they looked like giant white mushrooms. It was beautiful in a lonely, sort of crushing way. The kind of beautiful that makes you feel very, very small. The day itself was uneventful. The sky was that hard, pale blue it gets in the mountains in winter. I'd spent the afternoon reading, making a simple dinner on my little camp stove. and just watching the light fade from the world. The cold was the kind that doesn't just chill your skin, it seeps into your bones and sets up shop. By the time full dark settled in, it was probably down to the teens. I remember thinking how absolute the blackness was. No moon, no city glow, just a billion sharp, cold stars above and a darkness below so complete it felt like a physical thing, a wall you could lean against. I was bundled up in my sleeping bag in the back of the van, on the platform bed I'd built. I'd turned off my battery-powered lantern maybe an hour before, and I was just lying there, listening to the tiny, normal sounds of a cold night. The faint creak of the van's body as the metal contracted, the soft whisper of a light wind through the furs. I was right on the edge of sleep, that warm, fuzzy place, when I heard the first sound. It wasn't a normal sound. It was a sharp, spike-like crunch in the snow, not a deer's soft step, not the scrabble of a squirrel. This was different. It was percussive, like someone was stabbing the frozen crust of the snow with something pointy. Crunch, pause, crunch, crunch. I held my breath, my whole body going rigid inside the sleeping bag. I listened so hard, my ears started to ring with the strain. The sound was distant at first, maybe a couple 100 yards down the slope, but it was moving, and it was coming toward the van. My heart started hammering against my ribs, a frantic, stupid rhythm. I tried to reason with myself, a porcupine, a fox. But I'd spent enough time in the woods to know the sounds animals make. This wasn't right. The rhythm was all wrong. It wasn't a walk. It was a series of deliberate, stabbing impressions. Crunch, crunch, pause, crunch. It was getting closer. I could track its progress as it came up the slight incline toward the gravel pull-off. My mouth went completely dry. I was lying on my side, facing the wall of the van, and I slowly, so slowly it felt like my joints were rusted shut, turned my head to peer over my shoulder toward the windows. The blinds were drawn shut, but the material was thin. I couldn't see anything but uniform blackness. Then the sounds reached the gravel. The sharp crunches stopped, replaced by a lighter skittering sound on the loose stones. It was right outside. I could feel it. The air in the van felt thicker, colder. I didn't dare move. I just lay there, a frozen statue in a down bag, my eyes wide and staring at nothing. That's when I heard the first groan of metal. It was a low, stressed sound from the rear of the van, near the back doors. Something heavy had put weight on the bumper. My breath hitched in my throat. This wasn't an animal bumping into something. This was deliberate. There was a scraping noise, and then another louder groan from the middle of the roof, right above my head. The whole van shifted slightly. Something was on the roof. My mind was screaming. A bear. But it was winter. They should be asleep, and this didn't sound heavy and lumbering. It sounded deliberate, cunning. The metal of the roof groaned again, a long, aching sound that made my teeth hurt. Then I heard a series of sharp snaps, like icicles breaking off the gutters. It was walking on my roof, pacing, from the front to the back, then side to side, like it was measuring the space. I could hear its weight distribution. It wasn't a four-legged creature moving with a steady gait. The steps were irregular, sometimes a single heavy press right above my head that made the fiberglass ceiling bow down a fraction of an inch. Sometimes a quicker, lighter series of steps, like it was testing the structure. The ice on the roof kept snapping under the pressure. Each snap was like a gunshot in the silent van. I was trembling so hard, I was worried it could hear my shaking. I had my phone in the pocket of my jeans, which were in a heap on the floor. Useless. No service out here anyway. My only weapon was a sheathed hunting knife I kept in a cubbyhole next to the bed. My fingers crept out from the warmth of the sleeping bag, the cold air biting them instantly. I fumbled in the dark, my heart trying to punch its way out of my chest. My hand closed around the cool leather of the sheath. I pulled it into the bag with me, clutching it to my chest like a talisman. It felt pathetically small. The thing on the roof stopped moving. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noises. It was a listening silence. I could feel it listening. I could feel its attention focused downward, into the van, into me. I held my breath again, my lungs burning. I was sure it could hear the frantic thumping of my heart. Then, a miracle, or a curse. A pair of headlights appeared far down the mountain road, a tiny, bobbing pinprick of light. They were still a mile away, maybe more, but in the absolute darkness, they were as glaring as a lighthouse beam. The instant the light touched the van, the presence on the roof vanished. There was no sound of it jumping down, no heavy thud. 1 second it was there, a palpable weight and menace, and the next it was just gone. The silence rushed back in, but it was a different silence now. It was empty. I let out a shaky breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. The headlights were getting closer, the beams sweeping across the trees. For a few stupid seconds, I felt a wave of relief. Someone was coming. I wasn't alone out here. But the relief was short-lived. As the vehicle, a truck I could tell by the engine rumble now, drew level with my pull-off, the headlights illuminated the area around my van in a stark white light. And that's when I saw the shadow. It wasn't cast by the truck's lights. It was its own thing. A tall, thin, impossibly fast shadow that detached itself from the trees on the far side of the clearing and began to move. It didn't run, it flowed, a slick, dark shape against the brighter snow, illuminated by the passing truck, and it was circling the van. I watched it, my face pressed against the cold window blind, peeking through a tiny slit I made with my fingers. It moved with a terrifying, liquid grace. It wasn't touching the ground. It seemed to glide just above the snow, leaving no tracks that I could see in the fleeting light. As the truck passed, its taillights providing a dim red glow for a few more seconds, I saw the shadow come right up to the van. It brushed against the side. I heard it, a soft scraping sound, like dry leaves or maybe stiff fabric dragging along the passenger side door. It was searching. My brain supplied the word before I could stop it. It was searching for a way in. It moved along the length of the van, that soft, insistent scraping following its progress. I heard a faint click as it passed the rear door handle, then another, louder thump near the sliding door, as if it had put a hand on it, testing the lock. Panic seized me completely. I scrambled out of my sleeping bag, the cold air hitting me like a physical blow. I didn't care about the noise now. I had to lock this thing out. I lunged for the front seats, my bare feet freezing on the van floor, and cranked the handles on the front windows, making sure they were shut tight. I did the same for the 2 front vent windows. I ran back to the living area and checked the side door lock, jiggling it to be sure. I pulled down all the window blinds, not just the ones on the back windows, but the little ones on the side and front too, plunging the van into a sealed, claustrophobic darkness. I stood in the center of the van, shivering violently, my knife held out in front of me in a white-knuckled grip. The truck was long gone. The darkness was absolute again. I listened, straining to hear anything over the pounding of my own blood in my ears. Nothing. For a long time, there was nothing. Just the wind, which seemed to have picked up, moaning softly through the trees. I stood there until my feet went numb with cold, my arm aching from holding the knife. Eventually, the adrenaline began to fade, leaving me drained and exhausted. The rational part of my brain, the part that was slowly waking up, tried to convince me it was over. An animal, spooked by the headlights. My imagination, fueled by isolation and the dark. Slowly, stiffly, I crawled back into my sleeping bag. I kept the knife unsheathed, laying it on the mattress beside me where I could grab it instantly. I was still terrified, but a deep, bone-weary fatigue was pulling me down. My eyes kept closing against my will. I fought it, listening, but the silence held. My head nodded. I slipped into a shallow, troubled half-sleep. That's when I heard the chime. It was faint, drifting in as if from a great distance. A metallic bell-like tone. Not a church bell. Something smaller, thinner, like a single, perfect note struck on a glass harmonica. It hung in the air for a moment, pure and clear, and utterly out of place in this frozen wilderness. And then it was gone. The sound seeped into my dream. In that half-state, I wasn't in the van anymore. I was lying on my back, looking up at the ceiling of the van, but the ceiling was gone. I was looking up at the night sky, at those cold, sharp stars. And then a black mist began to creep over the edges of the van's walls. It wasn't smoke. It was a mist of pure darkness, a liquid shadow that blotted out the stars as it flowed, slow and deliberate, down from the ceiling towards me. It had a purpose. It was coming for me. I jolted awake with a gasp so sharp it hurt my throat. I was drenched in a cold sweat, my sleeping bag clinging to me. My hand, acting on its own, had snatched the knife from the mattress. I was holding it out, the blade pointed at the empty, dark space above me. My heart was a wild, trapped bird beating against my ribs. I stared into the blackness, expecting to see those creeping tendrils of mist, expecting to feel a cold touch. There was nothing, just the dark and the sound of my own ragged breathing. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat propped against the wall, the knife in my lap, and stared at the blinds, waiting for the dawn. The hours dragged by, each one an eternity of fear and cold. Every tiny noise from outside, the rustle of a tree, the pop of the van's frame made me flinch. I was a raw nerve, exposed and terrified. When the first hint of grey finally lightened the edges of the blinds, it felt like a pardon. The world outside slowly resolved from black to dark blue to a pale, washed-out grey. The snow-covered landscape emerged, silent and still. I waited until the sun was fully up, a weak white disk in a milk-white sky, before I dared to move. My muscles screamed in protest as I uncurled myself. I was stiff, cold, and hollowed out with fear. But I had to see, I had to know. I pulled on my frozen jeans and my boots, my hands shaking. I picked up my knife again, holding it low and ready. I took a deep breath, unlocked the side door, and slid it open. The cold air hit me, clean and sharp. I stepped out onto the gravel, my eyes scanning the ground around the van, searching for tracks, for any sign, any proof of what had happened. There was nothing. The snow around the van was pristine, an unbroken sheet of white, no footprints, no scuff marks, no impressions of any kind. I walked the entire perimeter, my boots crunching in the snow, nothing. I looked at the roof of the van. The ice that had coated it was still there, intact. No broken patches, no scratches in the frost. It was as if nothing had ever been up there. That was the worst part, the complete and total lack of evidence. It made me doubt my own mind. Had I dreamed it? Had a night terror felt that real? But the memory was too vivid. The sound of the groaning metal, the snapping ice, the feeling of that intelligent weight pacing above me, the scraping search along the sides, the chillingly clear metallic chime. The dream of the black mist felt like a message, a warning of its nature. I didn't bother making coffee. I didn't bother packing anything neatly. I just threw my stuff into the back, got into the driver's seat, and started the engine. The sound was obscenely loud in the morning quiet. I didn't even let the van warm up. I threw it into drive and spun the tires on the gravel, speeding down the mountain road away from that pull-off. I didn't look back. I just drove, my hands clenched on the steering wheel, my knuckles white. The heater blasted cold air, then slowly warmed up, but I couldn't stop shivering. It wasn't the cold, it was the memory, the terror of that thing, that cunning, light thing that left no trace in the silent snow. It wasn't a brute force monster, it was something else. Something that knew how to move without being seen, how to hunt without leaving a sign. Something that could be scared away by light, but was patient enough to wait in the dark, to whisper into your dreams. I made it to a diner in the next town, sitting in a bright, noisy booth surrounded by the comforting smell of coffee and bacon. I should have felt safe, but I didn't. I still don't. Because whatever it was, it's still out there. And the memory of its presence, the sheer, intelligent wrongness of it, is a cold spot inside me that the warmth of the world just can't seem to reach. I keep seeing that black mist in my mind creeping down, and I know with a certainty that chills me deeper than any mountain cold ever could, that it wasn't just a dream, it was a glimpse. And I got away, but I have no idea what I got away from, and I don't think I ever will. Story 16. I still remember the day we signed the papers for the house. It was 2019, and my husband and I had been saving up for what felt like forever. We wanted something with character, not one of those modern boxes that all look the same. When we found this place, built in 1927 by his great-grandfather Arthur, it felt like fate. The house had been in the family for generations, but it had been empty for a while before we decided to take it on. I was excited, really excited. We were supposed to move in a couple of days, and I couldn't stop thinking about how we'd make it our own. 2 days before we were set to move in, I drove over to the house alone. My husband was at work, and I had the day off. I wanted to do a final walkthrough just to make sure everything was ready. The weather was kind of gloomy that day, not raining, but the sky was this flat grey, and the air felt heavy, like it was holding its breath. I pulled into the driveway, and the house loomed up in front of me. It's a 2-story place with a big porch and these old wooden shutters that creak in the wind. Even from the outside, you could tell it had history. I got out of the car and stood there for a minute, just looking at it. The keys felt cold in my hand, and I remember shivering a little, even though it wasn't that cold out. I walked up the steps to the porch, and the wood groaned under my feet. It was the kind of sound that makes you stop and listen, like the house was talking back. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside. The smell hit me first, this mix of old wood, dust, and something else I couldn't quite place. It was faint, like pipe tobacco, but no one had smoked in there for years as far as I knew. I shrugged it off and started wandering through the rooms. The place was mostly empty, except for a few pieces of furniture we'd decided to keep, like an old rocking chair in the parlor. That chair always gave me the creeps a little. It was where Arthur had died, according to family stories. But I tried not to think about that too much. I spent the next hour or so just poking around, opening closets, checking windows, making mental notes of what needed cleaning. The floors were hardwood, and they creaked with every step. At one point, I thought I heard another creak from upstairs, like someone was walking around. I froze and listened, but it didn't happen again. I told myself it was just the house settling, or maybe the wind. Old houses make noises, right? That's what everyone says. I ended up in the parlor, which was this room at the front of the house with big windows that let in a lot of light, even on a grey day. The rocking chair was in the corner, and I remember staring at it for a bit. It was kind of swaying, just slightly, like someone had just gotten up from it. But that was impossible. There was no breeze in the room. I felt a chill run down my spine, and I rubbed my arms, trying to warm up. That's when I decided to head upstairs. I wanted to check the bedrooms, see if any of the windows were stuck. The staircase is this narrow wooden thing that curves around, and it always feels like it's watching you. I climbed up slowly, holding on to the banister. The steps creaked under my weight, and I could hear my own breathing, which seemed too loud in the silence. Upstairs, the hallway was dark because most of the doors were closed. I flipped the light switch, but nothing happened. The electricity wasn't turned on yet. We were waiting for the move-in day. So I used my phone flashlight, which cast these shaky beams of light that made shadows jump around. I started with the first bedroom, pushing the door open. It was empty, just dust motes dancing in the light. I moved on to the next room, and that's when I heard it again. A soft knocking sound, like someone tapping on wood. I stopped dead in my tracks. My heart started beating faster, and I felt this prickle on the back of my neck. I told myself it was probably a tree branch hitting the house or something, but I knew it wasn't. The sound was coming from inside, from down the hall. I shone my light toward the end of the hallway, but there was nothing there, just darkness. I took a deep breath and forced myself to keep going. I needed to check the last room, the one that had been Arthur's study, according to my husband. The door was slightly ajar, and I pushed it open. The room was small, with a window overlooking the backyard. I was about to step inside when I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I turned, and that's when I saw him. There was a man standing at the other end of the hallway. He was dressed in a dark suit and a fedora hat, like something from an old movie. But the weirdest part was that he looked grayscale, like a black and white photograph. No color at all, just shades of gray. His face was clear, though, and he was looking right at me. Our eyes locked, and I couldn't look away. My breath caught in my throat, and I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I just stood there, frozen, with my phone light shaking in my hand. He didn't say anything, didn't make a sound. He just stared at me, and then he started walking toward the wall. Not like he was going to walk into it, but like he was going to walk through it. And he did. He walked straight through the wall like it wasn't even there. One moment he was there, solid as anything, and the next he was gone. Vanished. Into thin air. I don't know how long I stood there after that. It felt like hours, but it was probably only a few seconds. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I could feel sweat on my palms. I dropped my phone, and the light went out, plunging me into darkness. I fumbled for it, my hands trembling, and finally managed to pick it up and turn the light back on. The hallway was empty, just me alone with the creaking floors and the silence. I backed away slowly, my eyes glued to the spot where he'd disappeared. I didn't want to turn my back on it. I made it to the stairs and practically ran down them, my feet slipping on the steps. I didn't stop until I was out the front door, standing on the porch, gasping for air. I leaned against the railing, trying to calm down. My mind was racing. What had I just seen? Was I going crazy? It had felt so real. The grayscale man, the fedora, the way he looked at me. I knew somehow that it was Arthur. I'd seen pictures of him before, in old family albums, and he always wore a suit and hat. But seeing him like that, in person, if you could call it that, it was terrifying. I got back in my car and just sat there for a while, gripping the steering wheel. I thought about calling my husband, but what would I say? "Hey, I just saw your dead great-grandfather walk through a wall." He'd think I was losing it. He's always been the skeptical type, doesn't believe in ghosts or anything like that. So I decided to keep it to myself, for now. I drove home, but I couldn't shake the feeling. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that man's face, his eyes locked on mine. That night, I barely slept. I kept waking up thinking I heard footsteps or knocking. At one point, I got up and checked the house, but there was nothing. Our dog, a little terrier named Buddy, was acting weird too. He kept barking at the corner of the room, like someone was there, but when I looked, it was empty. The next day, I went back to the house with my husband. I didn't say anything about what I'd seen. We were moving boxes in, and everything seemed normal. But then, in the afternoon, we heard loud footsteps from upstairs, like someone was pacing. My husband went up to check, but there was no one there. He said it was probably the neighbors or something, but I knew it wasn't. Later that week, we had a family dinner at our new place. My husband's grandmother was there, and we were talking about the house. I casually mentioned the man I'd seen, describing him, the dark suit, the fedora, the grayscale look. Her face went pale, and she pulled out an old photograph from her purse. It was Arthur, dressed exactly as I'd described him. She said he'd built the house and died in the parlor, in that rocking chair. That confirmation made it all real. I wasn't crazy. I'd really seen him. Over time, the scary stuff kept happening. Knocking, creaking floorboards, Buddy barking at nothing. But strangely, I started to get used to it. Arthur never hurt us. He was just there, like a presence. I began saying hello to him when I felt him around, and I started leaving marigolds by the rocking chair because I read somewhere that ghosts like flowers. Sometimes the air would smell like pipe tobacco, even though no one in the house smokes. My husband still doesn't believe. But for me, Arthur's become a part of our lives, a comforting if unnerving roommate. But that first day, seeing him walk through the wall, that's what sticks with me. The sheer, heart-stopping terror of it. I can still feel it, like a cold hand on my back, and I don't think I'll ever be able to explain it away. Dessau, Story 17. It was the summer after high school graduation, and like every other kid in our dusty South Texas town, we were trying to figure out what came next. For me and the guys, that meant the band. We called ourselves Rusted Faith, which sounds pretty stupid now, but back then it felt like the most important thing in the world. There was me, our singer Mark, our lead guitarist Leo, and our bass player. I'm not going to use his name. Even now, all these years later, it feels wrong to say it when talking about this. We practiced in his garage, a sweltering metal box that smelled like old motor oil and stale beer. That night was like any other. We jammed until our fingers were raw and our ears were ringing, finally calling it quits around 1 in the morning. Mark and Leo headed out, and I crashed on the lumpy couch in the living room like I always did. He went to his room down the hall. I must have fallen asleep pretty quick, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake, not by a sound, but by this feeling. It's hard to describe. It was like all the air had been sucked out of the house, and a heavy, cold silence had taken its place. My heart was just hammering in my chest for no reason. I looked at the clock on the DVD player. It was 3 o'clock in the morning exactly. I remember thinking that was weird, waking up right on the hour like that. I lay there for a minute, trying to shake the feeling, and then I saw my Bible on the floor next to my backpack. I'm not even that religious. My mom just always made me pack it when I stayed over places. I picked it up and just started reading. I don't even remember what passage it was. I just held it and let my eyes move over the words, and it sort of calmed me down enough that I eventually drifted back to sleep. I had no idea that at that exact same moment, he was wide awake in his room, living through the first one. He told us everything the next morning, his hands shaking so bad he could barely light his cigarette. He said he woke up and couldn't move, not like he was pinned, but like his body just wasn't his anymore. He was conscious. He could see the red numbers of his alarm clock, 3 o'clock, and he could feel the sheet under his fingers, but he couldn't so much as twitch a toe. He said the worst part was the sound. At first, it was a low chanting, like 100 people whispering the same nonsense words just on the edge of his hearing. It was coming from everywhere and nowhere, filling up the room until it was the only thing he could think about. And underneath that, a feeling of pure, weightless malice. He said it felt like something was sitting on his chest, not crushing him, but just holding him there, letting him know it could crush him if it wanted to. Then, as suddenly as it started, it was over. The pressure vanished, the chanting faded, and he could move. He sat bolt upright in bed, drenched in a cold sweat, his heart trying to punch its way out of his ribs. The room was normal. His bass was leaning against the wall where he'd left it. His Maiden poster was still staring back at him. He told himself it was just a nightmare, a bad one, and he lay back down, forcing himself to breathe slowly. He must have fallen asleep again, because it happened a second time. Same thing. Woke up at 3:17, he remembered the clock clearly. The paralysis, the whispering, which was louder this time, more insistent. He said he could almost make out words, but they were in no language he'd ever heard, guttural and wrong. The feeling of being held down was stronger too. It wasn't just a weight, it was a presence. He could feel an intelligence behind it, something that was enjoying his terror. He fought it. He tried with everything he had to scream, to move his arm, to just turn his head, but it was useless. He was a prisoner in his own skin. And then, release. He gasped and scrambled back against his headboard, pulling his knees up to his chest like a little kid. He didn't even try to go back to sleep that time. He just sat there in the dark, staring at his door, waiting for the sun to come up. The third time was the one that broke him. He said he felt himself being pulled out of a shallow, fearful sleep. He didn't even have to look at the clock. He knew it was 3 a.m. again. The paralysis clamped down instantly, and this time the chanting was a roar in his ears, a chaotic, screaming whisper that felt like it was scraping the inside of his skull. The pressure on his chest was immense, and he was sure, absolutely sure, that this was it. He was going to die right there in his childhood bed. And that's when he saw it. His bedroom door was open, and from his angle on the bed, he had a direct view down the short hall into the living room. In the corner of the living room was their Christmas tree. Yeah, a Christmas tree in July. His mom was one of those people who just never got around to taking it down. It was fake. Just a sad, brownish-green thing covered in a thick layer of dust, with a few tangled strings of lights still on it. Standing next to the tree was a figure. It was about 4 feet tall, a solid black shape that didn't look like a shadow so much as a hole cut out of reality. It had no features, no face, no clothes, just a humanoid silhouette that seemed to drink the light from around it. And it was moving. It was rocking back and forth on its feet. Then it let out this sound. He said it wasn't a laugh, not really. It was a cackle, dry and raspy and ancient, like stones grinding together. It was a sound of pure, unfiltered mockery. It was looking right at him, he knew it was. And it was cackling at his helplessness, at his terror. The moment the sound hit his ears, the paralysis broke. He didn't just sit up. He launched himself out of the bed, stumbling and falling onto the floor. He didn't look back into the living room. He scrambled on his hands and knees into the corner of his room, grabbed his bass guitar, and plugged it into the small amp he kept by his bed. He didn't play a song. He just turned the volume all the way up and started hitting the lowest, heaviest notes he could, over and over and over again. The wall of sound filled the room, vibrating the floorboards, a physical barrier of noise. He played until his fingers bled, staring at the open doorway, expecting that thing to step into view at any second. He played until the sky outside his window began to turn from black to grey. The next morning I woke up on the couch to the smell of coffee. He was already in the kitchen, pale as a ghost, with 2 bloody bandages wrapped around his picking fingers. He just looked at me and said, "We need to call Leo and Mark. Now." When they showed up, we all sat around the kitchen table, and he told us everything. He was crying by the end of it, and this was a guy who once played a whole set with a dislocated shoulder. We were just stunned. We didn't know what to say. That's when Mark, our singer, got quiet. He looked down at his hands and said, 3 o'clock? Are you sure it was 3 o'clock? He nodded. That's when I woke up, Mark said, his voice low. I was sound asleep and I just shot up in bed like someone had dumped ice water on me. I felt this overwhelming sense of dread. I can't explain it. It was like something terrible was happening somewhere close by. I got on my knees and I started praying. I haven't prayed like that since I was a kid. A cold knot started to form in my stomach. I looked at Leo, our guitarist. He was staring into space, his face white. "No way," he whispered. "No fucking way." I woke up at 3 too. I was having this nightmare that something was choking me, and I woke up gasping. I felt the same thing, Mark. That dread. It was so thick I could taste it. I just lay there frozen until the sun came up. Then they all looked at me. "I woke up at 3, I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. I didn't feel dread, though. I started reading my Bible. I don't know why. The silence that fell over the kitchen was heavier than any we'd ever experienced. 4 of us in 4 different houses, all waking up at the same exact time. One of us trapped by a demonic presence, seeing a shadow creature cackle by a dusty Christmas tree. One of us praying, one of us frozen in fear, and one of us reading scripture. It wasn't a coincidence. It felt like we were pieces on a board, and something was moving us. We had to get out of that house. We went outside into the blinding South Texas sun just to breathe air that didn't feel tainted. That's when we saw them. His house had a big bare dirt yard that ran around to the back. The ground was hard-packed clay, and it hadn't rained in weeks. But there, starting from under the living room window, the window right next to that Christmas tree, was a line of footprints. They weren't animal tracks. They were the shape of a human foot, but that was all. No tread marks, no defining features at all, like someone with perfectly smooth soles had walked through the dirt. They came from the window, crossed the yard, and just stopped dead in the middle of the open ground. There were no tracks leading to the window, only away from it. And they were small, too small for a grown man. The stride was short, like the steps of a child, or a 4-foot-tall thing. We never talked about it again after that day. The band fell apart a few months later when Leo moved to Dallas for college. We all just drifted apart. It was like that night had burned a bridge between us. We couldn't look at each other without seeing the fear in each other's eyes, without remembering that collective, unexplained connection to something we couldn't understand. I still think about it, especially on quiet nights. I think about that cackling shadow and the perfect simultaneous terror that connected 4 friends across a sleeping town. I think about those footprints that came from nowhere and led to nowhere. And I still have that Bible. Sometimes I take it out and look at it, and I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't woken up at 3 o'clock in the morning and decided to read it. I wonder if we were all just randomly woke up at the same time, or if something was making sure we were all awake for a reason. I wonder what that thing was doing, standing by that tree, and why it found his fear so goddamn funny. I still don't know what any of it means, and I guess I never will. Beaten. Story 18. So, I'm just gonna come out and say it. This happened to me and my buddy a few years back, and I still get chills thinking about it. We were driving down to Myrtle Beach for what was supposed to be a fun weekend. Just a couple of guys looking to blow off some steam after a rough few months at work. I was behind the wheel, my friend riding shotgun, and we'd been on the road since early that morning. The sun was beating down, the AC was cranked up, and we were joking around, listening to some classic rock station that kept fading in and out as we got further into the countryside. Everything felt normal, you know. Like any other road trip, we'd packed snacks, had a cooler full of drinks, and the map app was guiding us through what looked like the quickest route. But then we hit Fair Bluff, North Carolina, and that's when everything went sideways. I remember it was around midday when we first saw the signs for Fair Bluff. The sky had started to cloud over a bit, not enough to rain, but just enough to make everything feel heavy and gray. We were on this 2-lane highway, surrounded by trees and fields, and as we got closer I noticed the roads were kind of rough, not just potholes, but like the asphalt was cracked and buckled in places, like something had torn through it. My friend pointed out how quiet it was. No other cars, no people, just this eerie stillness. We rolled down the windows for a second, and the air smelled off, like damp earth and something else, something rotten. It was the kind of smell that sticks in your throat and makes you want to gag. As we drove into what must have been the town, the flood damage hit us like a punch to the gut. I'd heard about hurricanes and flooding in the area on the news, but seeing it up close was different. Houses were half collapsed, with roofs caved in and walls stained with dark water lines that reached up to the 2nd floor. Debris was everywhere. Furniture, tree branches, chunks of wood, piled up along the roadside like some kind of grim sculpture garden. What got me was the silence. No birds chirping, no kids playing, just the hum of our engine and the occasional crunch of tires over broken glass. It felt like we'd driven into a ghost town, but worse, because you could almost feel the weight of what had happened there. My friend kept shifting in his seat, muttering about how creepy it was, and I found myself gripping the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. Then we saw the vultures. At first, I thought they were just big birds circling overhead, but as we got closer, I realized they were gathered in a field off to the right, hunched over something. I slowed down without even thinking, and that's when I saw it. A dead deer, or what was left of it, The vultures were tearing into it, their black feathers ruffling as they pecked and pulled at the flesh. One of them looked right at us, its beady eyes fixed on the car, and I swear it felt like it was staring into my soul. The sound was this wet, tearing noise that made my stomach turn, and the smell, God, the smell was even worse up close. Like decay and blood mixed with that same damp rot from earlier. My friend whispered, "Let's get out of here." And I nodded, but I couldn't look away. It was like one of those nature documentaries, but in real life, and it made me feel sick and scared all at once. We kept driving, trying to put distance between us and that scene, but it was like the town didn't want to let us go. The road curved, and that's when we spotted the hearse. It was parked near what looked like an old church, or what was left of it. The steeple was leaning to one side, and the windows were boarded up. The hearse was this long black vehicle, shiny under the grey sky, and two men in dark suits were loading a casket into the back. No one else around, no funeral procession, just them. They moved slowly, methodically, like they'd done it 1,000 times, and it sent a shiver down my spine. I wondered who was in that casket, why they were burying someone here in this ruined place. My friend said, "What the hell is going on here?" And I just shook my head because I had no answer. I felt this cold knot in my chest, like we were intruding on something private and sad, but also dangerous. We were both on edge now, and I was driving a little faster, just wanting to get through Fair Bluff and back to the main highway. The trees started to thin out, and we came to a more open area with fields stretching out on either side. That's when we saw it. The cross burning. It was off in the distance, maybe 100 yards away, in a field surrounded by trees. At first I thought it was a bonfire, but then I realized the shape, a tall wooden cross wrapped in something that made the flames leap high into the air. The fire was bright and angry against the grey sky, and I could see shadows moving around it, figures standing in a circle. My blood ran cold. I'd only ever seen stuff like that in history books or movies, and seeing it for real in this desolate place hit me like a physical blow. It evoked this deep, primal fear, like we'd stumbled into a nightmare from another time. I slammed on the brakes without thinking, the car skidding a little on the gravel shoulder. My friend gasped, and we both just stared, frozen for a second. The flames crackled and spat, and I could hear faint voices carried on the wind, though I couldn't make out the words. It felt like the air itself was charged with hatred and violence, and I could taste the smoke, acrid and thick. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest, and my hands were shaking on the wheel. I remember thinking, this can't be real, but it was. And the eeriness of it all, the decay from the flood, the vultures, the hearse, and now this felt like a twisted puzzle pieces falling into place. It wasn't just scary, it was evil, and I knew we had to get out of there fast. "Go, just go!" my friend yelled, and I didn't need telling twice. I hit the gas, the tires spinning for a second before we shot forward. I didn't look back, but in the rear-view mirror, I caught a glimpse of the cross still burning, the figures watching us. We hightailed it out of there, speeding down the road like demons were on our tail. The car felt too small, too exposed, and every shadow in the trees made me jump. My friend was breathing heavy, his face pale, and we didn't say a word for what felt like forever. The only sound was the engine roaring and the wind whistling through the cracked window. I kept checking the mirror, half expecting to see headlights following us, but there was nothing. Just the empty road and the memory of that fire burning into my brain. We didn't stop until we were miles away, back on the interstate heading toward Myrtle Beach. The sun came out again and things started to look normal, but the fear stayed with us. We pulled into a gas station eventually, both of us shaky and silent. I filled up the tank, my hands still trembling, and my friend just stared off into space. We never talked about it much after that, not even when we got to the beach and tried to have fun. It was like this dark cloud hanging over the whole trip. To this day, I can't explain what we saw or why it happened, but I know one thing: I'll never drive through Fair Bluff again. Story 19. So, I've been sitting here for what feels like hours, just staring at my screen, trying to figure out how to put this into words. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or anything like that, but what happened earlier today has me questioning everything. I'm still shaking as I type this, and my heart hasn't really slowed down since it all went down. I need to get this out, because if I don't, I think I might go crazy keeping it to myself. It started like any other evening. My girlfriend and I were getting ready for dinner. We'd both had a long day at work, and we decided to cook something simple. Pasta with garlic bread, nothing fancy. The sun was just starting to set, casting this orange glow through the windows of our apartment. I've always liked this time of day. It feels peaceful, or at least it used to. Our apartment is on the second floor of an old building, and it's got this weird energy to it that I've never been able to shake. Nothing major, just little things, doors creaking on their own, the feeling that you're not alone even when you are, that kind of stuff. I've joked about it with friends, saying the place is haunted, but I never really meant it, until today. We were in the kitchen, which is open to the living room. It's not a big space, but it's cozy. I was setting the table, just 2 plates, some forks and napkins, while my girlfriend was stirring the pasta sauce on the stove. The radio was playing softly in the background, some indie station she likes, and everything felt normal, comfortable. I remember thinking how nice it was to have this routine, how lucky I was to share these moments with her. But then, out of nowhere, this heavy feeling started to settle over me. It's hard to describe, like the air got thicker, harder to breathe, and a coldness crept up my spine. I felt anxious before, but this was different. This was a weight, like something was pressing down on my chest, making it hard to move or even think clearly. I tried to shake it off, blaming it on fatigue or maybe the stuffy air in the apartment. We keep the windows closed most of the time because the street noise gets loud, but I thought about opening one just to get some fresh air. I was placing the last fork on the table when I glanced toward the refrigerator. It's across from the table, maybe 10 feet away, tucked into a corner next to a cabinet. And that's when I saw her, a little girl standing right there near the fridge. She looked about 10 or 11 years old, with shoulder-length brown hair that was kind of messy, like she'd been playing outside. Her face was pale, almost grayish, and she was wearing a simple dress, light blue, I think, with little flowers on it. It was clean but looked old-fashioned, like something from a thrift store. She was just standing there, not moving, her eyes fixed on me. They were dark, empty, like holes in her face. My breath caught in my throat. For a second, I thought maybe it was a trick of the light, or my eyes were playing games because I was tired. But she was there, solid and real. I could see the details, the way her hair fell over her shoulders, the faint freckles on her nose, the way her dress hung loosely on her thin frame. She didn't look scary in a monster way. She just looked sad and out of place. Why would a child be in our apartment? We don't have kids and no one else was home. I blinked hard, thinking she'd disappear. But she didn't. She stayed there, and that heavy feeling got worse. It was like the room was closing in on me, and I could feel this pressure building behind my eyes. My hands started to tremble, and I had to grip the edge of the table to steady myself. I wanted to say something, to point her out to my girlfriend, but the words wouldn't come. It was like my voice was stuck in my throat, frozen by this primal fear. I kept staring at her, trying to make sense of it. Was she a ghost? A hallucination? I've never had anything like this happen before. I'm not prone to seeing things. I'm pretty grounded, or at least I thought I was. But she was so vivid, so real. I could almost feel the cold radiating from her, like standing near an open freezer. The air around her seemed to shimmer, but maybe that was just my vision blurring from panic. Then, as suddenly as she appeared, she vanished. Not like she walked away or faded slowly. One moment she was there, and the next, she was gone. Poof, like someone flipped a switch. But the heavy feeling didn't go away. If anything, it got stronger, pressing closer to me, like an invisible hand was squeezing my shoulders. I could feel it in my bones, this deep, cold dread that made my skin crawl. I actually stumbled back a step, bumping into the chair behind me. The sound it made, scraping against the floor, was loud in the sudden silence. My girlfriend turned around from the stove. "You okay?" she asked, her voice casual. She hadn't noticed anything. She was just stirring the sauce, humming along to the radio. How could she not feel it? The room felt charged, like before a storm, but she was completely unaffected. I forced a nod, my throat dry. "Yeah, fine," I managed to croak out. It came out shaky, and she gave me a weird look but didn't push it. She's used to me being a bit spacey sometimes, so she probably thought I was just zoning out. But I wasn't. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I kept my eyes fixed on the spot where the girl had been, half expecting her to reappear. The refrigerator hummed softly, and I could see our magnets stuck to it. Photos of us, a grocery list, stupid little souvenirs from trips. Everything looked normal, but it felt wrong. Like the world had tilted off its axis for a moment, and I was the only one who noticed. I tried to go back to setting the table, but my hands were shaking too much. I dropped a napkin, and when I bent to pick it up, I felt this intense cold wash over me, like I'd stepped into a walk-in freezer. It lasted only a second, but it left me gasping. I straightened up quickly, my eyes darting around the room. Nothing, just the same kitchen, the same living room, my girlfriend still cooking, oblivious. But that heavy presence was still there, lingering in the air. It felt like it was watching me, waiting. The rest of the evening was a blur. We sat down to eat, but I could barely touch my food. Every noise made me jump, the clink of forks, the hum of the fridge, even the sound of my own chewing. I kept glancing toward the refrigerator, half expecting to see her again. My girlfriend noticed I was quiet and asked if I was feeling sick. I lied and said I had a headache, which wasn't entirely untrue. My head was throbbing from the tension. I thought about telling her what I saw, but how do you bring something like that up? "Hey, by the way, I saw a ghost child by the fridge earlier." She'd think I was losing it, or worse, she'd get scared herself. And what if it was just in my head? What if I am going crazy? But it felt too real, too specific. That pale face, those empty eyes, they're burned into my memory. After dinner, we cleaned up, and I made sure to avoid that corner of the kitchen. I felt like if I got too close, something might happen again. The heavy feeling slowly faded as the night went on, but it never completely went away. It's like a residue, this eerie stillness that hangs in the air. I've always felt that this apartment had a strange energy, but now it feels personal. Like whatever it is, it's focused on me. We watched some TV later, but I couldn't concentrate. Every shadow in the room seemed to move, and I kept thinking I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Once, I swear I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck, but when I turned, there was nothing. My girlfriend fell asleep on the couch and I just sat there, staring into space, too afraid to close my eyes. Now it's late, and I'm typing this in bed while she sleeps beside me. The apartment is quiet, but it's not a peaceful quiet. It's the kind of quiet that feels heavy, like it's holding its breath. I keep replaying what happened over and over in my head. Why did I see her? Who was she? And why now? I've lived here for 2 years and nothing like this has ever happened before. Part of me is terrified that it will happen again. What if she comes back? What if next time she doesn't vanish? But another part of me is almost more afraid that it won't happen again, because then I'll never know what it was. Was it a glitch in my brain? Some kind of stress-induced hallucination? Or was it real, something from another place that I can't explain? Either way, the fear is real. It's sitting in my gut, cold and heavy, and I don't think it's going away anytime soon. I keep looking toward the bedroom door, half expecting to see her standing there watching me. But there's nothing, just the dark hallway and the faint sound of traffic outside. The world keeps moving like normal, but for me, everything has changed. I don't know how I'm going to sleep tonight, or how I'll ever feel safe in this apartment again. And the worst part is, I have no answers, just this chilling certainty that something was here with us today, and it might still be. Story 20. I got out of bed, stretched, and headed downstairs to make coffee. The kitchen is at the back of the house, and from the window over the sink, I can see the backyard. It's not huge, just a patch of grass with some overgrown bushes and an old shed that's falling apart. I've never really spent much time out there. It always gives me this weird, heavy feeling, like the air is thicker back there. But that morning, everything seemed fine. I drank my coffee, scrolled through my phone, and thought about what I needed to get done. Laundry, maybe some cleaning, nothing out of the ordinary. Around 10 in the morning, I decided to tackle the hall closet. It's this narrow space near the front door where I keep coats, shoes, and a bunch of junk I've been meaning to sort through. As I was pulling out some old boxes, I noticed something odd. Behind a stack of dusty photo albums, there was a section of the wall that didn't look right. The wallpaper was peeling a little, and when I pushed on it, it gave way slightly. My heart started beating faster. Not from fear yet, just curiosity. I'm not a handyman, but I've fixed a few things around the house, so I grabbed a screwdriver from the kitchen drawer and started prying at the edge. It took me a good 20 minutes to work it loose, and when I did, I realized it wasn't just a patch of wall. It was a door, hidden behind the wallpaper and a thin layer of plywood. A utility closet, I guess you'd call it, but I'd never known it was there. The house is old, so maybe it was sealed up years ago. The door was small, about my height, and it swung inward with a loud creak. Inside it was dark and smelled like damp earth and old wood. I shone my phone's flashlight in and saw a space no bigger than a broom closet, with shelves on one side and a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. I reached for the pull chain, but it was broken, so I just used my light. That's when I saw them, a pair of boots on the floor. They were old-fashioned, like something from a century ago, with thick soles and laces up the front. But what got me was that they were glowing, not like a bright light, but a soft, eerie, greenish glow, like those glow-in-the-dark stickers kids have. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I'm not one to believe in ghosts or anything, but this was right in front of me. The boots were just sitting there, but as I watched, they moved. Not like someone was wearing them, more like they slid across the floor on their own, away from me, toward the back of the closet. Then they just faded, like they'd never been there. I blinked a few times, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks, but the image was burned into my mind. My hands were shaking, and I backed out of the closet, closing the hidden door as best I could. I spent the next couple of hours trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was a reflection, or I was tired. But deep down, I knew it was real. I felt this cold knot in my stomach that wouldn't go away. Around 2 in the afternoon, I decided to go outside for some air. The backyard was where I ended up, mostly because I needed to clear my head. But as soon as I stepped onto the grass, that heavy feeling came back, stronger than ever. The sun was out, but it felt dimmer back there, like the light didn't quite reach. I walked over to the shed, thinking I'd check if anything was out of place. The door was half off its hinges, and when I pushed it open, the smell hit me first. Rotten, like something had died. Inside, I found a pile of old rags, but when I pulled them aside, I saw things that made my skin crawl. There were animal bones, small ones, maybe from birds or rodents, and what looked like clumps of hair tangled with dirt. Worse, there were little figurines made of twisted wire and dried mud, arranged in a circle. It felt wrong, like someone had been doing something sickening out here. I backed away fast, my heart pounding, and ran back inside, locking the door behind me. For the rest of the afternoon, I tried to distract myself. I put on some music, did the laundry, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every creak of the house made me jump. Around 5 in the evening, as the sun started to set, I was in the living room, just staring out the window, when I saw him. A man standing in the backyard, near the fence. He was tall, with a dark coat, and he was just standing there, not moving. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I got this intense chill, like ice water running down my spine. He didn't look like he was trying to get in, but he was staring right at the house. I thought about calling the police, but something told me they wouldn't believe me, so I just watched, my hands clammy, until he eventually turned and walked away into the shadows. That's when things got even weirder. I went back to the hall, thinking about that hidden closet, and as I stood there, the air around me grew cold. Not just drafty, freezing, like I'd stepped into a walk-in freezer, and then he appeared. Not the man outside, but another one right in front of me. He was misty, almost transparent, like a hologram or something, but solid enough that I could make out his features. He looked old, with a weathered face, and wearing clothes that didn't belong in this time, a button-up shirt and trousers that reminded me of old photos. And he spoke, but it wasn't with his mouth moving. It was more like the words just formed in my head. "My name is Leonard," he said, and his voice was calm but distant, like it was coming from far away. Then he paused, and I felt this pressure in my ears, like when you're on a plane. "No, not Leonard. It's Leonard." He seemed to be correcting himself, like he'd forgotten his own name for a second. I was too scared to move, just standing there with my back against the wall. He went on, "You need to keep this space open during the day, but at night, close it. Always close it at night." He gestured toward the hidden closet, and I nodded, not knowing what else to do. Then he added, "There's a man outside. He can't come in, but be careful. Don't go into the backyard after dark. I've seen what he leaves there." My mind was racing. Leonard felt familiar, not in a friendly way, but like he belonged here. He wasn't threatening. If anything, he seemed protective, like a guard. I remembered the boots from earlier, and it clicked. Maybe he was the one who'd been here before, the house's former technician from 1940, like the records I'd found once in the basement. He'd worked on the plumbing or something, back when the house was new. Now he was this misty figure, watching over the place. He didn't say much else, just faded away, and the coldness went with him. I was left standing there, trembling, my shirt sticking to my back with sweat. I did what he said. I left the closet door open for the rest of the day, and as night fell, I closed it up tight. The whole time, I kept peeking out the windows, half expecting to see that man in the backyard again. Around 9 at night, I was in the kitchen making dinner, when I heard a noise from outside, a scratching sound, like something dragging across the ground. I turned off the lights and crept to the back door, peering through the glass. The yard was dark, but I could see movement near the shed. It was that man, the one Leonard warned me about. He was crouched down, doing something I couldn't make out, and then he stood up and looked right at me. His eyes were just dark holes, and I felt this wave of dread so strong I thought I might pass out. He didn't move toward the house, though. He just stood there as if he was waiting. After a few minutes, he turned and disappeared into the trees at the edge of the property. I didn't sleep much that night. Every little noise had me bolting upright in bed. I kept thinking about Leonard, about how he'd been here for over 100 years, protecting the house from whatever that thing outside was. The next morning, I went back to the hidden closet and opened it up. It was just an empty space again, no boots, no glow, but I found a small, rusty tool on one of the shelves, a wrench with the initials LM scratched into it. Leonard's, I guess. I put it back, and since then I've kept the closet open during the day and closed at night, just like he said. Nothing else has happened, but I still get that cold feeling sometimes, and I avoid the backyard like the plague. I don't know what Leonard is or why he's here, but I'm grateful he is. And that man outside, I haven't seen him again, but I know he's out there waiting. I just don't know for what. Story 21. It started with this loud, heavy sound coming from the garage. At first, I thought it was just the house settling or maybe the wind knocking something over. But then it got clearer. Footsteps, running footsteps, like someone was sprinting back and forth in there. They were fast and frantic, not the kind of slow, creaky steps you'd hear if it was just the old floorboards acting up. My brother and I looked at each other, and I could see the confusion on his face. We both froze for a second, just listening. The garage is attached to the house, right off the kitchen, and the door was closed. But the sound was so distinct it felt like it was right in the room with us. I shouted out, "Hey, is that you?" thinking it might be one of our friends messing around. We had a couple of buddies who liked to drop by unannounced, especially if they knew we were home alone. My brother called out too, his voice a bit shaky. "Who's there?" But there was no reply, just more of those running footsteps, like whoever it was didn't even hear us or didn't care. That's when the first chill went down my spine. It wasn't just the silence after we shouted, it was the way the footsteps kept going, steady and urgent, like someone was in a hurry but didn't want to be found. We decided to check it out together. I remember my heart was pounding in my chest and my hands felt clammy. I grabbed a baseball bat from the corner of the living room. It was just this old thing my dad kept for emergencies, but it felt heavy and real in my grip. My brother picked up a flashlight, even though it was morning and the sun was up, but the garage doesn't have any windows, so it's always dark in there, unless you turn on the light. We crept toward the kitchen, the linoleum floor cold under my bare feet, and I could hear my own breathing, shallow and quick. The footsteps had stopped by then, but the silence was almost worse, like something was waiting for us. When we pushed open the door to the garage, it creaked loudly, and I flinched. The air in there was musty and thick, with the smell of oil and old cardboard. My brother flicked on the light switch, and the single bulb overhead buzzed to life, casting a weak yellow glow over everything. We scanned the room, tools hanging on the walls, my dad's workbench cluttered with junk, boxes stacked in the corner. Nothing seemed out of place. No one was there. I remember feeling a mix of relief and dread, because if it wasn't a person, what was it? We stood there for a minute, just listening, but all we heard was the hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen and the distant sound of a car passing outside. We were about to head back inside when my brother pointed toward the far end of the garage, near the big metal shelves where my mom stores holiday decorations. His face had gone pale and his eyes were wide. "Did you see that?" he whispered, and his voice was so low I almost didn't catch it. I followed his gaze, but I didn't see anything at first, just shadows pooling in the corners. Then he described it to me, and that's when my blood ran cold. He said he saw a tall, shadowy figure, like a man, dressed all in black, with an old-style hat on his head. He said it was like a shadow, but solid, and it moved so fast it was just a blur. It didn't make a sound, but it was there, standing near the shelves, and then it was gone. I asked him what he meant by old-style hat, and he said it was like something from an old movie, maybe a fedora or a bowler hat. But he couldn't be sure because it was all just dark and shapeless. The way he described it, it wasn't like a person wearing clothes. It was more like the shadow itself had form, and it was wearing that hat. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. My brother isn't the type to make things up. He's always been the sensible one, the one who laughs off ghost stories. But right then he looked terrified, and his hands were trembling. We decided to search the garage again, more thoroughly this time. I was holding the bat so tight my knuckles were white, and my brother kept the flashlight beam sweeping across the floor. We checked behind boxes, under the workbench, even in the small storage closet where we keep old paint cans. Nothing. No signs of anyone being there, no footprints on the dusty concrete floor, no disturbed items. It was like whatever he saw had just vanished into thin air. The whole time, I kept expecting to hear those footsteps again, or to see something move in the corner of my eye. But it was dead quiet. The only sound was our own ragged breathing and the occasional scuff of our shoes on the ground. After a while, we gave up and went back into the house. I locked the garage door behind us, and we both just stood in the kitchen, not saying anything. The morning sun was brighter now, streaming through the window over the sink. But it didn't feel warm or comforting anymore. It felt like the light was just highlighting how empty and exposed the house was. My brother finally broke the silence, his voice still unsteady. "I know what I saw," he said, and I believed him. I'd never seen him so shaken up before. We spent the rest of the day trying to act normal, but every little noise made us jump. The house felt different, like it was holding its breath. I kept glancing toward the garage door, half expecting it to open on its own, or for those footsteps to start up again. My brother stayed close to me, and we didn't talk much about what happened, but I could tell he was replaying it in his head, same as me. He described the figure again later, saying how tall it was. Way taller than any person he'd ever seen, almost touching the ceiling, and how it didn't have any features. Just this dark, human-like shape with that hat. He said it felt like it was watching him, even though he couldn't see eyes or a face. As the day wore on, the fear didn't fade. It just settled into this low, constant hum of anxiety. I kept thinking about how we'd shouted our friends' names at first, how stupid that seemed now. Why would anyone be running in the garage like that? And why didn't they answer? It wasn't a prank, it was something else, something I couldn't explain. I started noticing little things I hadn't before, like how cold the spot near the garage door felt, or how the hair on my arms would stand up whenever I passed by it. It was like the house itself was reminding us that we weren't alone. By evening, we were both exhausted, but too wired to relax. We ended up sitting in the living room with the TV on, not really watching anything, just waiting for our parents to get home. When they finally did, we didn't tell them what happened. I don't know why. Maybe because it sounded crazy, or maybe because we didn't want to scare them. But that night, lying in bed, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house made my heart race. And I kept imagining that shadowy figure standing in the hallway, wearing that old-style hat, just watching. To this day, I still feel uneasy in that house, especially when I'm alone or it's quiet. I never saw the figure myself, but my brother's description is burned into my mind, and the memory of those running footsteps haunts me. I have no answers for what happened that morning, no logical explanation that makes sense. It's just this thing that occurred, and then it was over, leaving me with this deep, lingering fear that it could happen again, that whatever it was might come back. And sometimes, when I'm in the garage or walking through the house at night, I get this chill, like I'm being watched, and I can't shake the feeling that we weren't alone that day. Story 22. It was a Tuesday, the second week of January. I remember because I'd just taken down the Christmas tree 2 days before, and the apartment still felt a little empty and sad without the lights. That's the normal part of the memory, the last truly normal part. The part before everything got weird and scary, and I started sleeping with the hall light on. I have the ashes of 4 of my relatives in my apartment. It sounds strange when I say it out loud, or type it, I guess. It wasn't some creepy plan. It just happened over the years. My mom's are in a simple bronze urn on the bookshelf in the living room. My dad's are in a similar one right next to hers. Then there's my grandma. Her ashes are in a carved wooden box on the mantel. And finally, my father-in-law. His are in this dark green, almost marble-looking container that sits on a side table in the hallway, right near the bedroom door. 4 people. 4 boxes of dust and bone fragments. I never really thought much about it, to be honest. They were just there. A part of the furniture, a weird, morbid part, but a part of it nonetheless. The day it all came to a head started like any other. I woke up around 7, made coffee and got ready for work. I work from home most days, so my commute is just from my bedroom to the spare room I use as an office. It was a grey day, the kind where the sky looks like a dirty sheet and the light never really gets bright. I was on a video call for most of the morning, and I remember feeling a chill, a real physical shiver. Even though the heat was on, I just figured it was a draft from the old windows. Around lunchtime, I went to the kitchen to make a sandwich. I opened the cupboard to get a glass for some water. I reached for a plain blue ceramic mug, my favorite one. My fingers had just closed around the handle when it happened. The mug didn't just fall, it was yanked. It flew out of the cupboard, straight at my face, like someone had swatted it from inside the shelf. I jerked my head back, and it missed my nose by an inch, maybe less. It hit the edge of the counter and shattered on the floor, sending pieces of blue ceramic skittering across the tiles. I just stood there, my heart hammering against my ribs. My first thought wasn't ghost. It was, what the hell just happened? I looked inside the cupboard. It was just a row of other mugs, all sitting there peacefully. There was no unstable shelf, no earthquake, no logical reason for that mug to have launched itself like a missile. I cleaned up the mess, my hand shaking a little, and tried to brush it off. A weird fluke, a pressure change, something. But I couldn't shake the feeling. The rest of the afternoon I felt watched. Not in a vague, paranoid way. It was a specific prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone was standing right behind me, just out of sight. I kept turning around expecting to see something, but there was never anything there. Just the empty hallway, or the living room with the 2 bronze urns on the bookshelf. I ordered takeout for dinner because the idea of cooking, of standing in that kitchen again, made my skin crawl. I ate on the couch with the TV on, something loud and stupid to fill the silence. The feeling of being watched hadn't gone away. It had gotten worse. It felt heavy, like the air itself was thick and waiting for something. I went to bed early, around 10, just to escape the waking part of the day, to hide under the covers like a kid. My bedroom is at the end of the hall. To get to it, you have to walk past the side table with my father-in-law's green urn. I always give it a little pat as I walk by. A habit. That night I didn't. I hurried past it, my eyes fixed on my bedroom door. I got into bed, turned off the lamp, and lay there in the dark. My apartment is never completely silent. There's the hum of the refrigerator, the occasional creak of the old building settling, the distant sound of traffic. But that night, the silence felt different. It felt intentional, like the normal noises were holding their breath. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake, not by a sound, but by a sensation, a pressure on my right foot through the blanket, a firm, unmistakable grip around my toes. It wasn't a brush, it wasn't the sheet getting tangled, it was a hand grabbing my foot. I froze, my whole body went rigid, I stopped breathing. The grip lasted for maybe 3 seconds, 4 at most, and then it was gone. The pressure just vanished. I yanked my foot back, scrambling up into a sitting position, fumbling for the lamp. The light flooded the room, blinding me for a second. The room was empty. The door was closed. The covers were rumpled where my foot had been. My heart was trying to beat its way out of my chest. I could feel the sweat cooling on my forehead. It was a dream, I whispered to myself, a hypnic jerk, a muscle spasm. But I knew it wasn't. The feeling of those fingers, the specific pressure on each of my toes, it was too real. It was a memory in my skin. I sat there for what felt like an hour, just listening, staring into the corners of the room. Nothing happened. The silence pressed in on me. Eventually, exhaustion won out over fear. I left the lamp on, a pathetic little circle of light in the vast darkness of the night, and I lay back down. I didn't sleep. I just stared at the ceiling, listening to the frantic thumping of my own heart. And then it happened. The big one. The thing that I still can't explain, that I still see when I close my eyes. I was wide awake. There was no question of dreaming. I was lying on my side, facing the wall, the comforter pulled up to my chin. I was watching the digital clock on my nightstand change from 3:17 to 3:18. The room was lit by the soft orange glow from the street lamp outside my window and the sharper yellow from my bedside lamp. The covers moved. It wasn't a slow shift. It wasn't me moving in my sleep. The comforter down near the bottom of the bed was pulled, rapidly, sharply, a single swift tug that yanked the fabric taut against my body. It was the kind of movement a person would make if they were trying to straighten the sheets from the foot of the bed. I gasped, my head whipping around to look down the length of the bed, and I saw it. I saw the depression in the comforter, a clear, defined dip right at the edge of the mattress, as if someone had just let go of it. The fabric was still settling back into place. It was the shape of a hand, not a vague indent. I could see the longer depression for the palm, the 4 smaller ones for the fingers, and a 5th separate one for the thumb. It was a perfect, ghostly handprint in the burgundy-colored duvet. In the half-second it took for my brain to process that image, the grip returned to my foot. This time, it was harder, crueler. It wasn't just a grab, it was a clench. 5 points of intense pressure digging into the top of my foot, through the sock, through the blanket. It felt like being caught in a vice. I screamed, a short, choked-off sound of pure terror. I kicked out violently, my leg thrashing, and the pressure disappeared instantly. The handprint on the comforter was already fading, the down filling, fluffing back up to erase the evidence. I scrambled out of bed so fast I almost fell. I backed away until my back hit the wall next to the door. I stood there, panting, my entire body trembling. I stared at my bed. It was just a bed, a messy, empty bed, but I had felt it. I had seen it. The movement, the imprint, it was real. My mind was racing, a frantic, terrified scramble for an explanation. Sleep paralysis? I was moving, I was screaming, I was looking right at it. A carbon monoxide leak. The detector in the hall was silent, its little green light glowing steadily. A prank? I live alone. And that's when my mind, desperate for any kind of anchor, latched onto the only unusual thing in my life. The ashes, the 4 boxes of cremated remains sitting in my home. My mom, she was a joker. She loved pranks, the kind that would make you jump, and then she'd laugh until she cried. Could it be her, messing with me from beyond the grave? The thought was so absurd it was almost comforting. Almost, but the grip on my foot hadn't felt playful. It had felt angry, or maybe just impatient. My father-in-law. He was a quiet man, but he had a temper. He never liked me much. He thought I wasn't good enough for his daughter. We had a strained relationship, lots of silent treatments and cold shoulders. Is that it? Is he still holding a grudge? Is he the one grabbing me in the dark? I didn't know. I still don't. I stood against that wall for the rest of the night until the grey light of dawn started to seep through the blinds. I didn't move. I didn't blink. I just watched the bed, waiting for it to happen again. It never did. Not that night. I've thought about getting rid of the ashes, taking them to a cemetery, scattering them somewhere. But what if that makes it worse? What if it's not them? What if it's something else that's just using them, or is attracted to them? Or what if it is one of them and moving them is some final, unforgivable insult? So they're still here. My mom, my dad, my grandma, my father-in-law. I walk through my own home like I'm walking on ice, scared it's going to crack at any moment. I don't open the kitchen cupboards without flinching. I sleep with every light in the hallway on, and I jam a chair under my bedroom doorknob. The worst part isn't the fear itself. It's the not knowing. It's the unsettled feeling that claws at my gut every single day. It's looking at those 4 urns and wondering which one of them, if any, is responsible. Is it my mom trying to make me laugh one last time and just getting it horribly wrong? Or is it my father-in-law finally showing me what he really thought of me? I'm left here, in this apartment with my dead relatives, jumping at every sound, sleeping with the lights on, and wondering which one of them grabbed my foot in the dark.